Monday night might have been the coldest night we've ever experienced here.
I think for me personally, no question about it. We had that wind right in our face all night long. A great night to pitch, however.
Yes, and really kind of an off day yesterday. At least the Cubs and Padres didn't play. The Cubs will be off tomorrow, so the bullpen should be ready to go. Monday night, it was all about Carlos Zambrano, the best start of the season for the Cubs in their first 16 games, no question. 8 innings, 3 hits. Bob, I talked to him today. He's short sleeves. He said, I feel warm no matter if it's 0 degrees out there.
The way he was working that night, he could have pitched without a jersey. He was really taking advantage of a undermanned Padres offense and just pounded that strike zone all night long.
He got a no decision, so still a chance to improve upon his winning streak going back to last year in his next outing. We didn't know if anybody was going to score, but Giovanni Soto did from first. They failed to turn a double play, and then they missed the cutoff man on this game-winning hit.
It really felt like it was going to be that kind of a game. You were going to have to take advantage of the opposition's mistakes, and the Cubs were able to do that in the 10th inning.
So Tyler Colvin off the bench with a game-winning RBI double, as Stauffer and Zambrano were both tremendous. 15 scoreless innings, came down to the bullpen, and it was Carlos Marmol over Chad Qualls. Let's go down to the field now as Luke Stuckmeyer had a chance to talk with Casey Coleman.
All right, thanks, Len. Casey Coleman will pitch for the Cubs on Friday against the Dodgers. Casey, weather isn't always nice here in Chicago this time of year. I guess yesterday you were out in a monsoon getting ready.
Yeah, you got to be able to pitch in it, especially here in April and May. And you got to use it to your advantage. I know guys don't like to hit in this weather, so if you're able to go out there and execute in the bullpen and take it to the mound, it should work out well.
Ernie used to say, let's play too, but he wasn't thinking about weather like this. How are you going to stay warm today?
We have heaters here in the dugout, and, it's not about me. I'm not playing today. It's about the guys on our team staying warm, so I'm going to try to help them. If they ever need something in the clubhouse or anything out here, I'll do it for them.
Real nice outing last time out. What did you like about what you were doing on the mound, and how do you take that into this start against the Dodgers?
Oh, it's always good facing a lineup like the Rockies had, facing some of the best hitters in the game in tough conditions out there in the altitude. And, to get one under your belt like that this early in the season really builds your confidence. And, Dodgers are a good team, good lineup, but you just got to be able to execute pitches no matter who you're facing.
What did you tell yourself at the end of spring training? I know you were here at the end of last year and you probably hoped to make the team. When you didn't make the team at the end of spring training, how did you stay positive or motivate yourself?
Oh, they gave me the best chance to make the team. They allowed me to go in the bullpen and compete for a final bullpen spot. Some of the starters were pitching real well, and I thank them for that. But as soon as I got sent down, I had to get my pitch count up, knowing that anything could happen in this game. There's been crazy things happen, and it stinks to be up here because of 2 injuries, but that's how quick things can happen. And I got my pitch count up a little bit in minor league camp, worked hard, and I'm up here.
Tell us about your path here. It's kind of unique that you have Chris Sale on the south side and yourself, and you guys, both young pitchers, played at college together.
Yeah, Chris is unique. He's well progressed, and I saw that as soon as I was a junior when he was a freshman, and he came in there as a freshman and contributed to our team. We won a conference title right away, and as soon as I saw him, he's going to be something special. And I didn't know he was going to be a first-round pick pitching in the big leagues the same year he's drafted, but he works hard and he's a great athlete.
You guys have a pretty good team. That's a fairly new program, right?
Yeah, we've been around for about 7-8 years, and we won our conference the first 3 years we were in Division I. So being in Florida, you can compete with anybody. Division I, Division II, you play year-round and practice year-round, so it's pretty even.
All right, well, good luck on Friday, and stay warm today, all right?
All right, thanks.
Len, we'll send it back up to you.
All right, Luke, thanks very much. Casey Coleman will face the Dodgers coming up this weekend. Padres and Cubs. The Cubs just a half game out in the National League Central. We'll talk about today's starting pitching matchup for Game 1 coming up.
gentlemen, 2011 is the year that will put the Cubs back on top. Visit the Chicago-born options exchange online at www.cboe.com.
One nothing Monday night. They need to sweep this series to sweep the doubleheader to get both in the series and get to 2 games over 500 for the first time on the season. Now the starting pitchers here for Game 1. Matt Garza will get the ball in the afternoon contest against right-hander Dustin Mosley, making his Wrigley Field debut. Bob, neither guy used to getting much run support.
Well, Dustin Mosley has 0 run support from the Padres offense, and Matt Garza, in 2 of his 3 starts, the team was shut out.
And in terms of Garza going instead of James Russell, James will pitch in the nightcap later tonight. The theory is you put your starter who can give you the most innings in Game 1, and then, as Mike Quaddy said, see what you have left for Game 2.
Well, you assume you're going to need some bullpen help for James Russell just because of pitch count, if nothing else. So hopefully Matt Garza will be able to get the Cubs deep into the ball game today and save that bullpen if needed for Game 2.
You only need a split to win the series, but why not get greedy?
Why not get greedy? I mean, we've talked about the Padres offense. They don't score a lot of runs, so the Cubs, if they can find a way to get on that dish today, who knows? Maybe sweep a doubleheader. Doesn't happen often.
All right, we'll have Game 1 of this day-night doubleheader coming up. The Cubs hosting the San Diego Padres from beautiful Wrigley Field. Next.
Let's play 2.
Into the right field corner. We'll see if Soto can score. On his way to third, he's going to be sent. And he will score! Cubs win! 1060 West Addison in Chicago on another cold, windy, overcast afternoon. We're set for Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet. Everybody bundled up once again. It's the first game of a day-night doubleheader. The Padres and the Cubs here on CSN. Hi again, everyone. Along with Bob Brindley, I'm Len Casper. Get comfortable. We're going to be here a long time tonight. Game 2 will start just after 6 o'clock. Bob, the Cubs have been, I guess, consistently inconsistent would be one way to put it. They haven't been more than a game over or a game under 500.
I guess Chrissy Hine and the Pretenders described the Cubs season up to this point. They've been right in the middle of the road, yeah. Take a look at this graph. Boy, this makes me nervous. Reminds me of math class. But from what I can figure, the Cubs twice have been one game over 500. 6 times they've been one game under 500. And that's kind of the way the season has gone up to this point. They've played like a 500 team, and that's what the graph would indicate.
Yeah, 8-8 to start the day today. So if they can get both, they'll get to 2 over for the first time. Be nice to see Matt Garza get his first win. How about a couple of runs for him?
That wouldn't hurt anything. We mentioned just a moment ago, in his first start of the year, the Cubs were able to put some runs on the board, but his next 2, they were shut out. Figures to be a great day to pitch regardless of who's on the mound. Carlos Zambrano hopefully set the tone for this series for the Cubs pitching staff.
Cubs will face right-hander Dustin Mosley for the first time, former Angel, former Yankee. He's been excellent, but they haven't scored at all for him in 3 outings.
0-3 with a 1.38 ERA. The Padres just can't scrape together enough hits to put a run on the board for their right-hander.
Talking with Mike Quaddy before the game, it's early, it's cold out here, so it's not like you're going to see a completely new lineup for Game 2.
Well, guys are fresh. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me a bit to see Giovanni Soto catch both games of this doubleheader. If it was the middle of August and it was hot and humid, it would be a different story, but that's not the case.
Probably the only change for sure will be Kosuke Fukudome in Game 2. It's Tyler Colvin in right for the opener. We're going to send it down to the field now. The St. Patrick High School will handle today's national anthem.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise, kindly remove your caps, and join the St. Patrick High School Chorus as they honor America with our national anthem.
Well, Monday night it was Carlos Zambrano with the Cubs' best start of the year. That got the team into late innings in a tie ball game. Tyler Coleman with a big game-ending hit. We'll see what transpires today next.
your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer, who invites you to test drive a Lexus today. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois. 75 years of being right here in Illinois means no one's closer to your wellness. Experience wellness everywhere. Subway. Every day at Subway, choose from many delicious regular footlong subs for just $5. Subway, eat fresh. Honda. Visit your local Honda dealer today or go to shophonda.com and find great values on a new Honda. AT&T Uverse. Find out more of what's possible at att.com. AT&T. Rethink possible. And by Southwest Airlines' new Rapid Rewards. Unlimited reward seats and no blackout dates.
And again, the Cubs get the Good Timing Award today. The first 10,000 fans through the turnstiles for the opener get a Cubs winter scarf. It was glove night on Monday, and I think everybody in the ballpark needed them. Later tonight, it'll be Tyler Coleman bobblehead night. Believe it or not, Bob, the Cubs did not have a rainout all of last year, but we really had no chance to play last night. Got a hailstorm right around game time.
Yeah, and I do commend the Cubs for banging that game as early as they did yesterday. There was really no point in sitting around the ballpark the way the weather radar looked, and as it turned out, it was a good decision to cancel it early.
Let's check out the umpires. Bill Miller will work the plate in game one, and as is always the case for a doubleheader, he will get the nightcap off. So whoever's working the plate right now is just kicking his feet up. The wind is at the moment blowing out toward right, and that makes a huge difference. It was blowing straight in from center field on Monday night, and it would have taken a Herculean effort to hit the ball out of the yard.
And Carlos Pena put forth a couple of Herculean efforts with nothing to show for it. Hit a ball to left center field that under normal conditions with no wind probably would have been out on Waveland Avenue, but as it was, it died in front of the warning track in left center. Yeah, it was, you couldn't shoot it out of here with a cannon on Monday night. Left-handed pull hitters and righties that go the other way may get a little bit of an assist from the wind here today.
Cubs taking the field behind right-hander Matt Garza. And let's look in on the Padres Southwest starting lineup, written out by former Major League left-hander Bud Black. A lot of low batting averages in this lineup. Venable will start it. Jason Bartlett is at short. Orlando Hudson at second. Chase Headley will clean up. He's at third. Nick Hundley, the catcher, hitting .340. You have Ryan Ludwig off to a slow start, but he's been great at Wrigley throughout his career. Brad Hopp makes his first start of the series. Former Cub Eric Patterson is in center, and the pitcher is Dustin Mosley.
Take a look at the Cubs defensively for game one of this split doubleheader. It'll be Soriano, Bird, and Colvin across the outfield. Ramirez and Castro once again on the left side of the infield, while Darwin Barney and Carlos Pena on the right side. Giovanni Soto doing the catching for our Lexus pursuing perfection starting pitcher, Matt Garza. Matt looking for his first victory of the season. Got the season off to a rolling start against the Pirates. That was an ultimate 5-4 loss. Garza, no decision in that game, but he did strike out 12 to go along with the 12 singles that he surrendered in 7 innings of work. Last start was up in Colorado, went 6 innings, gave up 7 hits and 5 earned runs in that ballgame.
And as we get started today, a reminder, Comcast Sportsnet celebrates Earth Week. Green is universal. Cubs starting the day just a half a game out of first place. The Reds and Brewers are at 9 and 8. 5 teams in the division are all within 1 game. And we have an umpire change already. Bill Cuzzy is behind home plate. And there are 4 umpires, but it's Cuzzy behind the plate and not Bill Miller. There's Tom Hallion heading over to third.
Well, from the looks of it, Bill Miller has game 1 off and will probably work the plate in game 2. So, minor change.
Will Venable leads it off and looks at a knee-high strike, 92 on the fastball from Matt Garza. One is low and outside. Even though Garza spent his entire career in the American League prior to this year, he did face the Padres last year in interleague play with the Rays. And he beat them in St. Petersburg on June 24th, 5-3 the final. He went 8 innings and gave up just 3 runs.
Granted, Len, the conditions were considerably different on Monday night, but Carlos Zambrano had great success throwing a lot of high fastballs against this Padres lineup.
Swing and a miss, strike 3.
When the wind is blowing straight in at 20 to 25 miles an hour, why not throw a lot of high fastballs? This time Garza just challenges with a heater on the inside third of the plate, blows it right by the Padres leadoff hitter.
That brings up the shortstop, Jason Bartlett. They had 5 hits the other night, and he had 2 of them from the 8th spot in their lineup. It's all about the wind. It's 42 degrees. That sounds cold, and it's not warm, but from where we sit, because the wind is not in our face, it's out of the northwest at 14 miles an hour. A much more comfortable day. But then again, we each have 6 pairs of long underwear on.
I feel like the little brother on the Christmas story. I can't bend my arms. I can't bend my legs. If you fall down on your back, you'd rock yourself to sleep trying to get up.
Beached whale. The 1-1 pitch pulled foul. These guys are former teammates. Jason Bartlett and Matt Garza. In fact, in 2 different spots, Minnesota and Tampa Bay. That one's fouled away.
Yeah, Bartlett off to a slow start offensively, hitting under 200 going into play today with 1 run driven in. But we talked about it in game 1 of this series. He is not necessarily in this lineup for his bat. Superb defensive shortstop.
They were involved in the same trade between the Twins and the Rays, just off the inside corner. It was in November of 2007 in a deal that involved Delman Young going to the Twins.
A good fastball today at 95 that time from Matt Garza, just off the inside corner of the plate.
And a line drive into right center for a base hit. Follow all of today's stats and info in real time with Cubs in-game live only at csnchicago.com. Brought to you by Honda. Here's Orlando Hudson. He put the responsibility for that loss squarely on his shoulders, as he went 0 for 4 and did not turn what would have been an inning-ending double play in the bottom of the 10th. He was a little hard on himself, but it was a double play that I think he thought he should have turned. And eventually that would come back and cost the Padres 1 run, and that meant the game.
Those cold temperatures and the wind on Monday affected everybody, not just the pitchers and the hitters. We saw outfielders playing a lot more shallow than we've ever seen them play here at Wrigley Field. And on that particular double play ball, it just looked like Orlando Hudson didn't have a good feel for it. The ball hit him in the glove. He just didn't make the catch.
1-1 the count. Long pause by Garza before the pitch. And it is a strike. By the way, we have Cuzzy at the plate, Mike Estabrook is the first base umpire. James Hoy at second, Tom Hallion at third, which again would indicate that Bill Miller will get home plate tonight.
And we said a minor change to the umpires. It was minor for us because all we had to do was erase the names and replace them with the proper names. But for a starting pitcher and catcher and a pitching coach, umpires have their own distinctive strike zone. Some guys are high ball umps, some guys are low ball umps, some guys will go off the corners. And when a starting pitcher prepares for a specific umpire behind home plate and then a switch is made after the anthem, that could possibly throw a guy off his game.
Swing and a miss. For strike three, so Garza's fanned 2 here in the opening inning. Has been a strikeout machine here early on with the Cubs.
Some of the best stuff, granted it's early, but Matt Garza with his fastball in the mid to upper 90s in the early going. His slider has a lot of late movement, getting some swings and misses from the Padre hitters. Looks good. Stay right there.
Switch hitting Chase Headley hits second on Monday night. Batting in the cleanup spot today as he takes a slow curve for a strike. Headley a natural third baseman, but came up. Kevin Kuzminoff was at third base, so Headley played left field. Back-to-back breaking balls, and it's 0-2. Pitch, swing, and a miss. Struck him out on a fastball. He strikes out the side, gave up a hit. No runs, and the Cubs are coming up. Lineup written out by manager Mike Quaddy. Castro, Barney, Bird at the top. Ramirez, Pena, Soriano in the middle. Colvin, who had the game-winning hit Monday. Soto, the catcher. He scored the game-winning run. And Matt Garza, the pitcher.
Take a quick look at the Padres defensively here today. Ryan Ludwig in left, Eric Patterson in center, Will Venable over in right field. Chase Headley and Jason Bartlett on the left side of the infield. The O-Dog, Orlando Hudson at second. Brad Hopp over at first base today. Nick Hundley doing the catching for right-hander Dustin Mosley. .0-3 record with a 1.83 ERA. You see surrendered about a hit an inning. Not a big-time strikeout pitcher. He has a fastball that he'll work both directions. He'll sink it, he'll cut it, a curve, a slide, or a changeup. Mostly works away to both right-handers and left-handers.
Signed as a free agent on December 13th. As he faces Starlin Castro. Low for ball one. Elias reporting the last time a starting pitcher's team did not score in each of that pitcher's first 3 starts to begin a year. 2008, as Detroit was shut out in each of Kenny Rogers' first 3 outings. Before that, the previous pitcher with no support in his first 3 starts, Rudy May, left-hander with the 1972 California Angels. Bounce to Headley. He'll throw to first to get Castro for out number 1. So I guess going into today, if you add up 6 starts between Garza and Mosley, in only one of those combined 6 starts did either team give its pitcher any runs at all. And who knows, we may see a 12-10 game today. You just don't know.
Oh, I'm betting not, but it's always possible. That's the great thing about baseball. Regardless of what the numbers say, historically, on any given day, anything can happen.
1-0 on Darwin Barney. That's in there for a strike.
It's funny, Len, watching Darwin Barney take batting practice this morning when the wind was pretty much blowing straight in from left field. He's not the kind of guy you would suspect of having home run power, but he was driving balls through the wind into the bleachers in left field. Certainly that's not a major part of his game. He's in the lineup because he handles the bat well, sprays the ball around. He can bunt, he can hit and run, but he's got sneaky power.
And he shoots it out into right center for the Cubs' first hit.
Center fielder number 24, Marlon Byrd.
Middle of the plate fastball. Didn't try to pull it. Didn't try to jerk it out of the ballpark. Just hit it hard somewhere. This time it goes to right center to Eric Patterson. First hit of the game for the Cubs.
We'll bring up Marlon Byrd. He has really cooled on since a 9-game hitting streak. And looks at ball one.
And Mosley will be stubborn. You've seen him miss at the bottom of the strike zone several times already in this ball game, and I doubt if he's going to change much. That's his forte. Sinkers and cutters and sliders down around the bottom of the strike zone. Only on rare occasions will he try to elevate the ball.
Bottom part of the zone, and it's 1-1. Mosley is from Texarkana, Arkansas. And a throw to first.
In a previous connection with his current manager, Bud Black, Mosley was pitching for the Los Angeles Angels back in '06 when Bud Black was the pitching coach there under Mike Scioscia. And it's funny how that works out. You see a guy early in your career, maybe with a different organization, he makes an impression, and when you find yourself in a position to go get players, you remember those guys.
6-4-3. It's what Mosley does best as he works a 10-pitch scoreless first inning. Grounds crew, but as always under Roger Baird, doing a wonderful job getting this field ready to go. I think you would look great in that hat.
Oh, love that. Kind of reminds me of the old Chattanooga Lookouts with the 2 eyeballs on the logo. That's the kiddie version.
Yeah, they still have that logo, in fact. Garza faced 4 in the first inning, and he struck out 3. Catcher Nick Hundley off to a fantastic start at the plate, hitting .340 with 3 homers and 9 knocked in. Swings and misses for strike 1. No relation to Randy and Todd. Father-son combo. Played for the Cubs.
I'll tell you, Len, when you're hitting .213 as a team coming into play today, there aren't a lot of offensive highlights for your team. But Nick Hundley has been one in the early going this season. He was always considered an offense-oriented catcher, but has really taken it to a different level this year. I still feel you can rush him with good fastballs. And Garza has a real good one in the early going today.
And struck out 20 in his first 2 starts. Had 5 in the loss at Colorado, 6 innings in his last start. 2-1 is away. 3 balls and a strike. Ryan Ludwig on deck. Brad Hopp also will get a shot. Guy with a lot of previous at bats and not good numbers, not in the lineup for the Padres against Garza. That's Jorge Cantu, 2 for 13. I'm sure he'll be in there against the lefty Russell a little bit later on. Catch game 2 at 6 o'clock on Comcast Sportsnet Plus. Garza's 3-2 offering and a bouncer. Ramirez let it go, and Castro will not get him. Apparently Hundley just beat it out. That'll be a hit.
Under most circumstances, the third baseman is taught to take anything he can get to his left. That time it looked like Ramirez intentionally let that ball go by to give Castro the play, and it looked like Hundley did beat it out at first base. Very close play.
So it is a leadoff infield single for Hundley, and here's Ryan Ludwig. 1 for 2 against Garza with a home run. Slider for a strike at 87. Bob, on paper, when you look at this Padres offense, and right now, as you mentioned, hitting is .213. It's the worst batting average in the majors. They're second to last among all clubs in runs. They just don't have that one centerpiece. They used to.
Yeah, they used to.
Adrian Gonzalez, but they just don't have one guy who you absolutely, quote, can't let beat you.
Which makes me think that Bud Black, as this season progresses, if the Padres continue to struggle to score runs the way they have in the early going, I would expect to see a lot more running, hitting and running, stealing bases. Maybe a bunt and run here and there. Just find a way to move runners into scoring position, because, as you said, they just don't have that guy that you can rely on to come up there and hit the ball in the seats with any kind of regularity, especially at their home ballpark. it's understandable against Carlos Zambrano why teams aren't aggressive on the bases, because he delivers the ball to home plate so quickly. Even on a hit and run, the runners can't get much of a jump off of first base. But today against Matt Garza and later tonight against James Russell, I think the Padres are going to have to start pushing the envelope a little bit when they do get runners on base if they expect to score.
Ready now for a 2-2. He got him.
You see Matt Garza as he comes into his set position out there on the mound, wiggling that glove as he puts his throwing hand into the glove, much like Ryan Dempster does in the middle of his delivery, but Garza does it as he comes to the set position. And I think at times it's very distracting for the hitter. You're just waiting for him to deliver that ball to home plate, and he's wiggling the glove, and ultimately at some point the batter's eyes go down to that glove, which I think is what Matt Garza intends to happen. Right there at the set position, he wiggles, comes set just for a split second, then delivers the ball to home plate. As a hitter, you're taught to look up above the pitcher's throwing shoulder. Looks like a changeup grip. You're taught to look at that area above the throwing shoulder and picture a box or a circle where the hand will come through and try to pick up the pitch as quickly as possible. And anything you can do to distract a hitter from that visual point above the shoulder is going to work to your advantage. Another changeup.
Missed low. It's 3-0 on Brad Hopp.
I think back to the days of Big Red, Rick Sutcliffe pitching here in Chicago. In his delivery, he used to hold the ball out behind his back, almost showing it to a hitter, and then would go into his delivery. And once again, as a hitter, if your eyes are distracted away from where you're focusing, you're probably not going to put your best swing on.
According to Fangraphs, Matt Garza is throwing a slider harder than he ever has in his career, which would make me think it's more of a cutter than a slider.
I would tend to agree with you.
It's the pitch he got Ludwig on at 88 or 89. There's a strike. And it's 3-2.
Driving that fastball just off of the outside corner, but good pitcher's pitch. Take the call.
See if Hundley is going on this pitch. He is not. Swing and a miss. He struck him out on a heater. 5 outs, all strikeouts for Garza. Hey fans, don't miss your chance to get the Best Buy pack here at Wrigley Field. 4 tickets, 4 drinks, and 4 hot dogs starting at just $40. The Best Buy pack is available for all April and May games. For more details and to purchase your Best Buy pack, visit Cubs.com/Best Buy pack. Former Cub Eric Patterson lines it foul the other way. He's playing center. Younger brother of Corey Patterson. Came over from Boston in the offseason. 8th round pick of the Cubs out of Georgia Tech in 2004. Pretty versatile guy, and he drives that ball out into right center. It's going to hold up, however, for Coleman. And that'll end the inning. Leadoff single, no runs. We're scoreless early. Bottom of the second. Ramirez, Pena, and Soriano against Dustin Mosley. Some other afternoon action today. Chris Narveson was pitching very well with a 3-0 lead over Cliff Lee to the bottom of the sixth, but Placido Polanco just hit a 3-run homer, so the Phillies and Brewers are tied at 3 apiece. They beat Roy Halladay last night. Stroll through the home of the Chicago Cubs, get an insider's look at more than 97 years of history in this legendary ballpark. Guided tours may include visits to the press box, clubhouses, and dugouts, as well as a chance to actually step on the field. For more information or to purchase tickets, visit Cubs.com. Tour sizes are limited and sell out fast, so get your tickets today. Ramirez hits a ground ball to Bartlett. By and large, hitting ground balls in the area of Bartlett and Hudson, that's no way to make a living.
No. I learned that very early on in my professional career. I've told the story many times. Frank Robinson was my manager, and I had grounded out to Ozzie Smith at shortstop for the Cardinals, my first 3 at-bats in a game. And as I ran back to the dugout after the third one, he said, "Son, that's no way to make a living in the big leagues."
Now Carlos Pena, who all he could really do was laugh. It's either laugh or cry. He hit a couple of balls that might have been home runs on any other night except Monday. Showed a little frustration after the second one as he slammed his helmet down.
Yeah, but I was very encouraged by that, Len, because he drove that ball to left center field. We've seen this exaggerated pull shift from every opponent this season, and if he starts to drive that ball toward the gap in left center field, he's going to get plenty of base hits over the course of the season.
Padres leave the third baseman, Headley, on the left side and put Bartlett over on the right. The other night they left Bartlett kind of in his normal position, moved Headley to the right side, and at one point Pena laid down a bunt hit.
On occasion, you'll see a team play the exaggerated pull shift on the infield because a player, when he hits a ball on the ground, usually pulls it, but you'll see the outfield shade the opposite way. That's not the case with Carlos Pena. They play him to pull in the infield. They play him to pull in the outfield. Let's see how far over into right center field Eric Patterson is out there in center. Will Venable shading over close to the line in right.
If you remember being a kid when you have 5 or 6 players per team, you would call your field.
Like pitcher's hand.
Yeah. So, for instance, Pena called right. Anything hit to the left side of second base, he'd be out. Tell you how many windows we broke when we were kids playing baseball in the backyard. I just hope kids still do that today. I know there's been a lot of talk about kids not playing baseball, but for me there was nothing better. Play home run derby with a wiffle ball.
Oh yeah. There's always some kind of game that involved a bat and a ball. No matter how many players you had available, you figured out a way to make it work.
Three-two changeup and a beauty. Tough to lay off, and the bottom dropped right on him.
And that's the beauty of Dustin Mosley. I mentioned before, he'll work his fastball both directions, sink it and cut it, a curve, a slider, a changeup, and he'll throw any pitch in any count to any hitter.
One ball, no strikes to Alfonso Soriano. Have you ever been to Texarkana?
I'd say as I have.
An interesting place. He's from Texarkana, Arkansas. There's a Texarkana, Texas. And the name is a conglomerate of 3 states: Texas, Arkansas, and nearby Louisiana.
I've been to Calneva. It's up near Vegas. There's California, Nevada, and Arizona to make up that name, but I've never been to Texarkana.
Well, if you ever did go there, I'm sure Dustin Mosley would show you around. There's a base hit in the left. Ludwig will pick it up and quickly get it back in, and that'll keep Soriano to a single. Gives Tyler Colvin, the offensive hero Monday night, an opportunity.
A good low ball hitter, and as we've seen in the early going, Mosley pounding away at that knee area. That time a sinker that just didn't get down and in far enough, and Soriano made him pay with a ringing single into left field.
Low to Colvin. I know you're wondering what the motto of Texarkana is: a city so great it took 2 states. We'll go to a similar place in June. Kansas City will be on the Missouri side of the border. Pitch that missed low, as Colvin now in a hitter's count. Lights are on, overcast skies, but dry.
I think this is a good matchup for Tyler Colvin today. He's struggled a little bit to get untracked himself. Hopefully that big game-winning base hit on Monday will get him going. Colvin, too, a real good low ball hitter. Mosley pounding away at the bottom of that zone. That time a 2-0 straight changeup. Another straight change coming.
Foul tip. It's been a very good pitch for Mosley here in this inning.
Not a great location that time, up around the belt, but just enough off speed that he got Tyler Colvin way out in front.
Mosley's been around for a while. Drafted out of high school in 2000 by the Reds. 34th overall pick. It was a supplemental round. The kick, the 2-2, he got him. Fastball that time on the inside corner. 0-0 after 2 from Wrigley.
no score, top of the third inning. I'm Luke Stuckmeyer, joined by Frank Casello, who was the MVP of the first ever fantasy camp at Wrigley Field last year. What was that like?
That was absolutely unbelievable. Just to step foot on the field, on Wrigley Field, was a treat in itself. But to actually play, bat, take grounders, take fly balls, play with the Cubs legends, it was unbelievable. One of the best experiences of my life, for sure.
And then today you were able to throw out the first pitch. What'd you throw?
I threw a fastball. I hoped to get a contract, but it didn't work out for me. But threw a fastball, threw a strike, so I hope I made everyone proud. But that was outstanding as well.
The second ever fantasy camp is coming up here next month. What can fans expect, and how do they get involved in it?
Well, they can expect 2 days of absolute heaven. You come here on the 15th, Sunday, May 15th. Get to watch Cubs game from the suites, sign a one-day contract with Jim Hendry, watch batting practice from the field, so you get to meet some of the Cubs. And then Monday, May 16th, you get to play on the field, get dressed in the Cubs clubhouse, be a Cub for a day. It's absolutely outstanding. To get involved, go to Cubs.com to get information, or call 773-404-4748 for information.
Sounds good. The 15th and the 16th. Len, I like the contract part. That sounds pretty good to me.
It does. Luke, what position does Frank play?
Yeah, what position? Len wants to know what position you play.
Well, I'm lefty, so I can. I'll be a bargain. I can do first base. I can do pitcher. I can come out of the bullpen. I could start. Whatever you guys need. I'm flexible.
Kaplan's taking shortstop, I've heard. That's already. That's a lock, Len.
All right, guys, thanks very much. Matt Garza has struck out 6 the first time through the order. Just fanned the pitcher Mosley. Brings up Will Venable for the second time. Venable 0 for 4 in the series. Son of your former teammate Max Venable.
Max Venable had a nice major league career, played for several ball clubs, a fleet-footed center fielder, prototypical leadoff hitter, could bunt, could run. I've told the story in the past when Max and I were teammates, as William pops it out into shallow center field. Looks like Marlon Byrd will have no problem with this one. William and his younger sister were just babies, and they were having some renovation done on their house, and they moved in with my wife Joan and myself and my daughter Lacey, son Michael. One big happy family.
Venable played 2 sports at Princeton, baseball and basketball. Now Bartlett singled off his former teammate in the first inning. One of their 2 hits to date. Speaking of their former team, the Tampa Bay Rays. Rays playing much better, having won 7 of 8. They dealt the White Sox their 6th consecutive loss last night. James Shields over John Danks.
Who was the pitcher of record for the White Sox?
John Danks.
You're welcome.
Be one of those days.
It's early.
There's Orlando Hudson on deck. Shattered his bat, got in on the handle, and Darwin Barney will throw out Bartlett. First 1, 2, 3 for Garza, just 10 pitches for him in the third.
Comcast Sportsnet Plus for part 2 of today's Cubs-Padres doubleheader. Tune in as the Northsiders make up for last night's rainout tonight at 6 on Comcast Sportsnet Plus, fans' best friend.
Pitching matchup in game 2, Aaron Harang and James Russell. Harang 3-0 after 3 starts. Mosley 0-3. But his ERA is under 2. We often talk about run support. Every staff seems to have that one guy who just is the tough luck pitcher. You just have to tune it out. There's really not a whole lot you can do about it unless you hit a home run when you come up to the plate yourself.
It gets back to controlling what it is you can control and not dwelling on the other aspects. All you can do as a starting pitcher is go out there and try to execute your pitches, get your team back in the dugout quickly, and limit the damage by the opposing offense. You can't really do anything as far as run support unless you swing the bat well yourself.
1-2 on Soto. Garza's on deck, and then Starlin Castro. Fouled right at the plate. Talking with Mike Quaddy about that 10th inning when Soto got on. He thought about, should I pinch run for him? It's not an easy decision because you just don't know how long the game's going to go, and because it was his catcher, he had to really make sure. You really expose yourself if you bring in Coy Hill and then he gets hurt and the game goes 16 or 17 innings. And as it worked out, Gio was able to score from first on that ball hit into the right field corner. Drills that ball to left. And Ludwig will have to chase it down to the wall as Soto's now hitting 6 in a row. And he becomes the first runner for either team to get to second base.
Gio took advantage of a rare mistake up in the zone by Dustin Mosley. Everything we've seen him throw has been down, down, down. But this pitch up belt high in the middle of the plate. Soto is all over it. Line drive down into that left field corner. First extra base hit of the game. First run scoring opportunity of the game for the Cubs. Expect to see Garza to put down a bunt here.
Pitcher bare hands. What a play by Mosley as the tag is applied by Headley. Brad Hopp was about 15 feet away from home plate. Garza kept it away from him, but Mosley barehanded it, and they get that lead man.
Well, that'll be a note in the scouting report. Mosley getting off the mound quickly, not only making the bare hand play, but throwing all in one motion to chase Headley at third base. That's about as nice as you can do it as a right-handed thrower. Not even a doubt over there at third base on Giovanni Soto.
Garza, it's a fielder's choice, and he'll put on the jacket. Handing Bobby Dernier all the loose change and the driver's license.
There are reading glasses.
Castro grounded out in the first inning. In the dirt, blocked by Hundley. Day-nighter in St. Louis because they were washed out last night as well. And the Nationals lead the Cardinals 5-0 in the third inning. John Lannon against Jake Westbrook in that one. Called strike, 1-1. Ryan Franklin is out as the Cardinal closer after struggling. Zimmerman and Jaime Garcia will pitch in the nightcap later. Garcia has been excellent. 2-0 with a 135. Back to the pitcher. They get one. Oh, they get none. Bartlett dropped it. Might have been thinking about the throw to first, and he never did get a handle on it.
Well, there was a botched double play in the ball game last night that paved the way for Tyler Colvin's game-winning hit. Maybe it'll be another botched double play today to allow the Cubs to score a run. That was about as routine as it gets. A one-hop comebacker. Mosley squares himself up to the target. A perfect throw right over the base. Jason Bartlett just cannot handle it. Well, we've talked about how great their defense is up the middle with Bartlett and Hudson. They've each made a very costly error already in this series.
So 2 on and still only 1 out. It's Darwin Barney outside corner and a strike.
Make it hurt.
A lot of times that's a play where a guy drops the ball trying to pull it out of his glove to turn that double play, and they give the defending team the out at second, but Bartlett never did have a handle on it, and that was the right call by James Hoy. The middle, backhanded by Hudson. The flip to Bartlett. They get 1. They'll be at the corners with 2 outs. Nice play by Hudson. Of an off-balance throw, but right on the money to Bartlett, who made sure he hung on to it this time.
Looked like a base hit ticketed for center field. Hudson goes out into shallow center to make the play. The little shovel toss under his left arm back to his shortstop covering the bag right there. 3 fielders' choice in a row here in this inning.
Too many choices.
Way too many choices. Just hit one in the gap. Be a hitter's choice.
Marlon Byrd grounded into his 4th double play of the year back in the 1st inning. I thought, man, it seems like he's hit a lot of ground balls, and that is definitely the case. He's hit 31 on the ground, 13 in the air. So about 70% of the balls he's put in play have been ground balls. That's way up. Last year was about 65%, but Bob, 2 years ago when he hit a career best 20 home runs, it was about 50-50. Fly balls and ground balls. Will get into center. Garza's in, and Marlon Byrd comes through with 2 outs, and the Cubs lead 1-0, so they take advantage of that earlier error.
Well, on another day here at Wrigley where you're just not sure how much offense you're going to see, it is huge to take that early lead. Marlon got a cutter up and out over the plate, took it right back up the middle of the field. And the Cubs jump out to a 1-0 lead here in the bottom of the 3rd.
Inside, almost hit Ramirez.
I think the numbers say, Len, that around 62% of the time, if you score first, you win the ball game. I think that number would, or that percentage would go up on a day like this here at Wrigley. Runs are going to be at such a premium. The Padres have not shown any ability to score with consistency, so scoring first against a team like that, I think, is even more important than usual.
Outside, and it's 2-0. 3 balls, no strikes. Carlos Pena on deck. Only 2 hits in the inning. The first was a double by Soto, but he was thrown out at third on a nice defensive play by that man. And the normally sure-handed Jason Bartlett later watched a double play ball. And now the bases are loaded after the walk to Ramirez. When Ryne Sandberg wants Chicago's best prime steaks, he heads to Harry Carey's Italian Steakhouse in Chicago, Lombard, or Rosemont. Call 773-HOLY-COW or visit harrycareys.com today. An underrated guy in terms of the top pitching coaches in the league. Darren Balsley's been with the Padres for a long time and has helped pitching staffs be up at or near the top in ERA for a while. Finished second in the majors last year with a 3.39 earned run average. And if you're Bud Black, you should have a really good pitching coach because he was a good pitcher. Mosley will go from the windup. They will put on the shift against Pena with the bases loaded and a 1-0 count.
Marlon Byrd should be able to get a really good jump off of second base on any base hit to the outfield. With this exaggerated pull shift on, nobody close to him there at second base. He's getting a monster lead off to begin with, and then even more on his secondary lead.
Pounded on the ground, foul past Bob Dernier at first. Matt Cain and Jorge De La Rosa today in Colorado. The Giants winning the first 2 games of that series. The Rockies have lost 3 of 4 after an 11-2 start. And they are scoreless, just underway in that one. 1-1 pitch, way inside. You know, Pena's going to make him work. Of all the struggles Pena's had to start the year, I think the one thing we see very obviously is his keen eye at the plate. He works deep counts every time he's up there. And a ground ball to first. Picked up by Hawk. Mosley covering, and that's the inning. They leave him loaded. They do, however, get the first run. It's 1-0.
fourth meal from Taco Bell, open 1 a.m. or later.
An unearned run. Cubs are on the board. Hudson, Headley, Hundley. Here's a pitch. Outside ball 1-2, as you referred to him, O-Dog, Orlando Hudson. He's from South Carolina, 4-time Gold Glover, 2-time All-Star. Was with the Twins last year, was on the DL twice, a wrist and an oblique injury. Two and one. A wind in the pitch. Low, 3-1.
Garza had to shake about a half a dozen times to finally get to that pitch. He wanted to throw a 2-1 curveball, just try to roll it up there in the middle of the plate and get a called strike, but unfortunately bounced it in the dirt to run the count to 3-1.
Bob, tell fans why it matters that a catcher give the pitcher the first sign he wants. I mean, obviously, ideally, a pitcher's always going to throw the pitch he wants. But is there a rhythm part of this where you just don't want to be waiting and waiting and waiting?
Absolutely, especially when a guy's throwing the ball well. You want to get the ball back to him, hang the right sign so that he can just stay in that good rhythm as Hudson takes a fastball right down to shoot for strike 3.
A reminder, Comcast Sportsnet celebrates Earth Week. Green is universal.
Plus, you don't want your pitcher out there thinking too much. Ideally, you're on the same page and you call the right signs in every situation, and he just sees the sign and immediately goes into his delivery. The longer he has to stand out there and shake his head to get to the pitch he wants, he starts to have a little self-doubt himself. Well, geez, my catcher called for a slider, I shook it off. Called for a breaking ball, I shook it off. I think a fastball in is the right pitch, but maybe I'm wrong. That's the last thing you want to have happen out there on the mound. Have a pitcher thinking too much.
You don't have to name names, but when you caught, did you ever get into some major arguments mid-game about the way a game was being called? Maybe you called a pitch that he didn't want to throw, but he did, and it didn't work out?
Yeah, there were a few of those, not as many as you might think, but there were plenty of days when I just couldn't seem to get on the same wavelength with a pitcher. And step off the rubber a couple of times, and we talk about it between innings and go back out for the next half inning, and it would happen all over again. There's just some days you're not on the same wavelength. In the pitcher's mind, he feels like perhaps on this day my off-speed stuff is much better than my fastball. I can throw a slider for a strike whenever I want, but I can't spot my heater. But as a catcher, I don't see that. I see the fastball being as good as it ever was, and I want to use it, and pitcher did not.
1-2 to Headley. A little bit outside, and it's 2-2. Well, that's where you become your battery mate's biggest cheerleader, right?
Absolutely.
Doesn't feel good, but it is good. Keep throwing it. Headley with a very awkward cut. That's 8 strikeouts, or 2 per inning for Matt Garza. Remember, he had a career best 12 in his Cubs debut.
Good hard slider that started on the inside corner, ended up off the plate, down and in. That very awkward swing you mentioned from Chase Headley for strike 3. You know, one way you can avoid that lag time between a pitcher and a catcher trying to get the right signs.
Diving stop. Ramirez just can't get a handle on it. Hundley is 2 for 2.
Ramirez With a dive, able to knock it down. You could clearly see it hit the heel of his glove and just dropped on the ground right there. And by the time he's able to recover, too late to throw on to first base. Just to finish that thought quickly, I caught some veteran pitchers very early on in my career, and they did not want to stand out on the mound and shake their head no to get to the sign they wanted. So they would let me know. If I wipe twice above my belt, that adds 2 to whatever sign you put down. If I wipe below my belt, it subtracts from the sign you put down. So if I put down a 1 for a fastball and he wiped 2 times above his belt, that would add 2, which would go from a fastball to a 2 curveball to a 3 slider. That way the pitcher could kind of control the pace of the game more so than the catcher.
Check swing. It caught the bat of Ludwig. Another question about calling games. So you played at one time for Roger Craig. Did he call a lot of pitches when you caught, or did he leave it up to you?
He pretty much left it up to me. He had a specific sign that he would give me as Ludwig lofts a soft liner into center field, putting runners at first and second with 2 outs. Yeah, Roger had a specific sign that he would show me on occasion if he was sure that this is the right pitch to throw in this situation. He would give me that sign, and he took responsibility for calling that pitch from the bench. But in all the years I played for Roger Craig, I think he only did it 3 or 4 times.
Before he was the Giants manager, he was Sparky Anderson's pitching coach in Detroit. 2 on for Brad Hopp, back-to-back 2-out singles for the Padres, and here's Brad Hopp, the first baseman.
I think a lot of people are under the misconception that managers call pitches for the catchers at the major league level. There may be rare occasions where a manager will call a pitch or a pitching coach will call a pitch, but when the catcher's looking over into the dugout, it's usually with the runner on base, and it's to control the running game. You look over for signs from the manager to pick off at first base, or come to a set position and hold the ball, or pitch out if you think a runner is going to go. And those are the calls that a manager or a pitching coach will make from the bench. Rarely do they call a pitch for their catcher.
1-1 on the way, and that's up. Now, having said that, the catcher is as involved as the pitcher in discussing that day's game plan. Two-1 on the way, and that's outside. And that goes back to your thought of trying not to make the pitcher think too much.
Well, in most instances, the catcher, for example, Giovanni Soto caught the first game of this series on Monday. He knows what pitches they were able to throw by the Padres hitters. He knows what pitches they chased on 2-strike counts. So he's probably got as good a feel or better than anybody in that Cubs dugout for how to go after these Padre hitters, based on the advance report and based on what he saw in Monday's game.
Time called before 3-1. And that one will be caught by Castro. He gets great jumps. And he ranged far out into left to make that grab. Still 1-0.
We're going to highlight Starlin Castro an awful lot on defense this year. It looked like that ball was going to drop in shallow left field, tie the ball game up, but Castro, as Len said, gets such tremendous jumps. He turned that into a relatively easy play.
As Dustin Mosley gets ready for the bottom of the fourth, this is actually good timing. Mark Grant, Joliet native and former battery mate of yours in San Francisco. Mud, great to see you as always. Lenny. You'll be broadcasting Game 2 with Dick Enberg, but we were just talking about a catcher's role in calling pitches, and I wanted to ask you how he was to work with.
Oh, BB was great. If I could tell a quick story, BB caught my major league debut in Cincinnati in 1984, and Frank Robinson was our manager. So he called us into his office with pitching coach Herm Starrett, and we go over the lineup, top to bottom. Fastballs away, fastballs in, curveballs here, changeups, keep it down, whatever. Go up the ladder. You know, I didn't know my you-know-what from a you-know-what. So we leave the meeting, and just to kind of ease the situation a little bit, Bobby puts his arm around me and goes, forget what those guys just said. I'll put down some numbers, and you throw to the glove. And that was it. You know, it isn't as complex as it is now as it was back then. The guys do their homework. My goodness.
Soriano lifts to right. This will be no problem for Will Venable. I asked Bob if he ever had any arguments with pitchers. He said not as many as you would think, but did you ever you weren't on the same page one day with a guy and just it was like pulling teeth to get through the game?
Absolutely. And then, in fact, there was one time, I won't say any names, but there was a time when there was a situation, guys on, guy coming up to the plate, and I wanted to throw a first pitch slider, runner at scoring position. Catcher comes out to the mound. I said, hey, first pitch slider. Let's pound it down and away. If he takes it, hopefully it's a strike. If he puts it in play, it's a grounder that we need. Gets behind the plate, and usually they don't give signs. He gave a sign, fastball. And I'm like, come on. And now that's a different book. That's not even the same page. So, but getting back, you know, I can speak for Nick Hundley. I mean, first of all, great kid. Secondly, smart, does his homework diligently with pitching coach Darren Balsley. I mean, all of our pitchers do such a great job. And Nicky is a kid who day in, day out sits down with the starting pitcher and the guys in the bullpen and goes over game plan and sticks with it. Bob, I think you'd really appreciate getting to know a guy like Nick Hundley. We got a great group of guys in that clubhouse with the Padres. You know, they're not going to score a lot of runs, but they're working, they're swinging through it.
And Mosley still has not had a run in support.
Terrible.
In his fourth start.
It's been tough. And you know what? You know, the pitching staff's been doing great. They're holding up their end of the bargain. But it's not like the hitters are just going, oh, well, you know, another strikeout. You know, we'll get. No. They're busting their tails. They're hitting extra. They're doing everything they can with Randy Reddy to get prepared. They're going over scouting reports of pitchers.
3-1. Colvin lofting into shallow right center, and it's going to be caught by Eric Patterson for the out.
You know, Mark, all that being said, does there reach a point in a season where the pitching staff says, come on, let's go. You know, we're doing our job. Just score a run. We'll win some ball games.
I think pitchers talk. I think hitters talk. Position players talk. They're going to do everything they can to pump up their guys to try to get hits. You know, pitchers probably talk amongst themselves and say, hey, gosh, you know, I threw 8 scoreless innings last night. I'd like to get 1 run, 1 or 2 runs of support. But sure, I mean, Bob, I remember you talking behind my back.
It's a base hit.
I still do.
Well, we've been talking about you the whole game. Well, you're one of our favorites, Mud. You know that. You always have been, and we appreciate the opportunity to talk with you. I know that you used to play many, many games in Hale.
Oh, yeah.
When you were a kid. You were really baffled as to why we didn't give it a shot last night.
Hey, I would have been out there warming up, getting ready to go 9. In high school, if there wasn't snow on the ground, it could have been 30, 28, 25 degrees. We were playing baseball. Hardcore from Joliet. Come on.
I read a note, I think it was in the San Diego Union Tribune, that a few of the Padres pitchers were literally going to walk out onto the field to play catch about 3:30 yesterday, and they got in the tunnel and went, no thanks.
No thanks.
Hey, you know, Clayton Richard is one of the toughest guys. I mean, this guy, first of all, he's Adonis. I mean, the guy works so hard, like all of our pitchers. But he went out to throw a side yesterday. He threw like 2 pitches. He goes, you know what, I'm not going to be able to get any work in this. And Clayton's a tough cookie. He's a tough kid. So that gives you an idea how miserable the conditions were last night.
2 strikes on Garza.
You guys are hoping he punches out here so he can get rid of me, right?
No, we'd like him to hit a home run. You kidding me?
Oh, we don't need anything to happen on the field to get rid of you, Pat. We just take the headphones off and tell you to beat it.
Garza has scored the only run in this game. It was unearned back in the 3rd inning. And he swings and misses. Mud,
guys,
great to see him beat it.
Beat it. Give us a headset and beat it. $653. If you're the 500th texter, you could win 5 $5 footlong subs from Subway.
It's cold, but not nearly as chilly as it was Monday night and again last night when the game was postponed a few hours before the scheduled first pitch. This is a split admission doubleheader, so those who had tickets last night, those tickets are good for game 2. Which will start just after 6 o'clock, and you can catch it on Comcast Sportsnet Plus. Bulls continue their series tomorrow. Blackhawks with a big win to stay in their series with Vancouver. Eric Patterson will lead off the 5th. Cubs leading 1-0.
Always key to get the leadoff hitter, but especially in this particular situation, a 1-run ball game, you've got the number 8 hitter at the plate who runs pretty well. Pitcher in that on deck circle would figure to bunt Patterson into scoring position if necessary. Patterson may steal a base to get himself into scoring position, so definitely a key inning right here to get the lead man.
Bunted foul. So really wants this pitch down. Ground ball picked up by Darwin Barney.
A worm burner hit out there on the right side. That ball stayed down the whole way out to Darwin Barney. Kept his glove low to the ground, ready to make an adjustment if it took a bad hop, but stays down on it, throws on to get the speedy Patterson at first base. If you're ever around spring training while infielders are taking their ground balls or working on a defensive fundamental, you'll hear the term low to high, low to high. Infield instructors telling their players to start with the glove low. It's much easier to make an adjustment up on the baseball if it takes a bad hop than it is to start with your glove up and stab down at the ball at the last instant. Low to high.
2-1 to Dustin Mosley. Too many at-bats in his career. There's 1 out of 5. Bounces that one off Garza. Matt with time, and he threw it away, and he slipped. Very awkward landing there for Matt Garza. When he picked up the ball, it didn't look quite right, and then he threw it, and he might have tweaked something around his hip.
Fortunately, the ball wasn't hit real hard back through the box. It just looked like Matt couldn't react to it. It hit him on the right hip. Fortunately, stayed with it, but you could see right there as he went to plant his right foot, it just kind of slid out from under him, giving him no base to make that throw to first. Fortunately, it was the pitcher Mosley running and not one of the speedier Padres who may have been able to advance on to second base on that overthrow.
Just stretched out that quad, and he's all right.
Well, he says he's all right.
This is a compliment to Matt, but I think he'd be the last guy I would trust on this team. He's just full of energy. You could tell right off the bat he didn't even want to talk to Mark O'Neill. I'm okay, but hopefully that is the case. There's a strike. You don't believe any of them.
No, they're all liars.
They all want to stay in the game.
Yeah, can you give me one more hitter? Yeah, sure. I'm good.
Venable could not hold up. Pretty easy call for Tom Hallion.
Good off-speed breaking ball. Matt Garza will change speeds on that curve. Sometimes he'll throw it very hard. Other times he'll take a little bit off, make it more like an off-speed pitch. One time got Venable to go fishing for one in the dirt.
Foul tip, strike 3.
Slider actually threw it to the outside part of the plate. He wanted it down and in, but it's a good miss that time as Venable kind of lost the grip on the bat as he swung at that pitch.
Jason Bartlett, the wind was at 14 miles an hour out of the northwest when we started. It has really died down. And that one drilled out into left center. You've got the pitcher Mosley running. He will be able to get to third as Bartlett's trying to stretch it, and they will get him. Soriano with his 3rd assist from the outfield this season. Bartlett took a chance, and Soriano nailed him. Inning over. All right, thanks, Kip. Jason Bartlett getting thrown out, trying to stretch a single into a double.
There's no question the book on Soriano is to be aggressive on him when he's moving laterally, but he made an absolutely perfect one-hop throw back to Darwin Barney. Perhaps a little misplaced aggression that time by Jason Bartlett. One of the rare opportunities the Padres have had in the first 2 games of this series to possibly score a run, and the over-aggressiveness cost him in that situation.
Mosley taking a little extra time since he was a guy at third when Bartlett got thrown out at second. Top of the order here, Castro, Barney, and Bird against Mosley. Castro 0 for 2. Started the day at 408, now just under 400. But began the day leading the majors with 29 hits. And he takes a strike. So final, the Phillies scored the last 4 runs of the game and beat the Brewers 4-3. Madsen over Kinsler. So both Narveson and Lee, the starters, received no decisions. Polanco tied the game with a 3-run homer in the 6th, and Shane Victorino won it with a home run in the 8th. Phillies lose their first series of the season, but they salvage the finale 4-3. And Milwaukee back to 500 after the loss at 9-9. Breaking ball off the plate, 1-2. Castro with a rare strikeout. Just his 3rd strikeout over his last 52 plate appearances.
Cubs manager Mike Quade is planning to bring a lot of fun and excitement to Wrigley Field this season, and you can be there to catch all the action. Tickets are available now for some of the great matchups of the 2011 season. To purchase tickets, visit Cubs.com, call 1-800-THE-CUBS, or visit the Wrigley Field box office.
0-1 to Darwin Barney. Cubs hats, Cubs scarves, Cubs gloves. All very popular this time of the year.
Well, we've seen that particular hat with the Cubby bear on top.
Yeah.
It seems to be a popular item this year.
We got to get you in one of those. Little bit inside, and it's 2-2. Looking ahead to that Dodgers series for a moment. The Dodgers have struggled scoring runs early on this season. How about Saturday afternoon's matchup? These guys are best friends. Ted Lilly against Ryan Dempster. That'll be a lot of fun. Hudson throws out Barney.
We'll have to keep an eye on Theodore to make sure he's pitching from the rubber. Seem to have some issues with the location of the rubber here at Wrigley from time to time. Occasionally pitched from 6, 8, 10 inches up in front of the rubber. I'm sure that especially the base coaches, Ivan DeJesus at third and Bobby Dernier at first, will keep a close eye on Theodore to make sure he's on that slab.
Coming off his first win against the Braves. And it was Casey Blake
from the Dodgers,
who's now his teammate. And he ended up getting into an argument with a first base umpire. Pretty sure I talked to Blake after that just to find out what he said. He just kind of pointed it out. He need to be on the rubber. But we know Teddy looks for any advantage he can get. That's what we love about him. But as you said, we will snuff it out on Saturday as Bird had to duck out of the way, 1-2.
Ted used to get a little upset with this. You get another look at that 0-2 buzzing of the tower right there. Teddy used to get upset when we would point out things that he was doing out there on the mound. Maybe we were tipping something off. Used to have to remind him that they have TVs in other cities too. You know, they watch the game, they see the things you're doing. It's not us pointing it out.
Well, one of the most competitive guys I've ever been around, and one of my favorite all-time Cubs. But on Saturday, he's a Dodger. As Will Venable makes a catch. 1-0 Cubs after 5.
Light freeze cam. Literally, we're going to show you people who are freezing. Winter-like conditions here to start this homestand against the San Diego Padres. And of course, the Cub fans, as usual, came prepared. Freeze cam brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Still tastes good even on a day like this. Orlando Hudson has struck out twice against Matt Garza. Garza's fanned 9 through 5 innings. He's pitched a dandy. Padres have not yet scored in this series. 10 innings on Monday night, 5 innings and counting today.
We're really going to have some confused seagulls today with a split doubleheader. Seagull playing Hudson to pull, shaded a few steps over into the gap in right center.
My pocket schedule says a 7 o'clock start. Low and inside, 2-2. Watch Comcast Sportsnet game replays on demand with Xfinity TV from Comcast. Don't miss the action. Call 1-800-XFINITY today. Key pitch here against the leadoff hitter in a 1-0 game. 3-2. Tapper foul. Into today, the last 3 games between these two teams were shutouts. The 1-0 Cubs win in 10 on Monday, and then you go back to San Diego last year. Final game of that 4-game series, Cubs won, Padres nothing. The game before that, 3-0 Padres. And a lot of low-scoring games in this head-to-head matchup the last couple of years. In fact, in that 4-game set, there were 3 shutouts. Another 3-2 to Hudson. Ground ball was fouled by about 1.5 feet.
It just shows you the kind of confidence Matt Garza has in his stuff today. He's thrown a slider, a fastball, and then a slow curve on a 3-2 count, trying to get Hudson either to put it in play weakly or swing and miss.
And ball 4. First walk issued by Garza. Well, I think he's been really good today. We saw glimpses in his last start, but this is the most consistent he's been. Missing a lot of bats. The hits he's given up, he's allowed 6, but they've all been singles.
3 of those of the infield variety. 2 off the bat of catcher Nick Hundley and 1 from the pitcher Dustin Mosley.
Ramirez in on the grass at third. Double play depth up the middle. You see Pena holding on the runner at first. Hit and run as Headley missed it, but the throw is offline by Soto, and Hudson easily in.
It was a hit and run. Unfortunately for the Cubs, the pitch was a changeup to home plate. Now, granted, you get the swinging strike on Headley at the plate, but it gives Orlando Hudson an extra step or 2 towards second base because of the lack of velocity on that pitch. And Gio's throw was errant to compound matters.
Well, now theoretically they have 3 shots to get that tying run to the plate. And Hudson runs well. He is now 7 for 7 in stolen bases this year. Bounced in front of home plate. 1-2. Good waste pitch.
7 for 7 you mentioned for Orlando Hudson as you get one more look at a fine block by Giovanni Soto high on that chest protector. The most Hudson's ever had in a major league season is 10.
You go out on a limb and say he will break that career best this year.
So
there's only 1 now. Stolen base off the major league lead. Headley way out in front. Still a ball and 2 strikes. Only run of the game was unearned. Matt Garza would score on a Marlon Byrd RBI single. Big error earlier in that inning by Jason Bartlett. And for Matt Garza, it was the first major league run of his career.
ball drops right down underneath the glove for Giovanni Soto.
Here's the 16th pitch of this inning. 3-2.
The biggest differences for me today for Matt Garza, number one, he's got more fastball than we've seen in his first 3 starts. And number two, he's throwing strikes, but he's not grooving the ball down the middle of the plate. We saw him do, especially in his first start.
Headley draws the walk. They will appeal, but he was able to hold, according to Tom Hallion. It's 2 walks to start this inning. The thing about Garza, because he has been missing bats, this is not the end of the world, although their hottest hitter is coming up. Nick Hundley has 2 infield hits, and his average has ballooned to 365. The way it's going for the Padres, you might expect a bunt, but I don't know if Bud Black will take the bat out of Hundley's hands.
I don't think you can right now. He's their best hitter. He's been their most consistent hitter since day 1 of the season. I mean, if Nick Hundley were struggling like the rest of the Padres offense, it wouldn't surprise me, but not in this situation.
And I think the other part of this, too, is Garza's walked the first 2 guys, so you don't want to allow him to get an out on the first strike he throws in this at bat if you're the Padres, and it's 2-0. Now you've put Hundley in a much better situation, as Carlos Pena will head to that rosin bag, as he often does, and Mark Riggins will walk out to the mound.
The way his command has left him here in the 6th inning, you wonder how much of an after effect the splits that he did out there in the infield, chasing that ball that hit him in the hip and then throwing awkwardly off balance to first base, because he had not shown any sign whatsoever of struggling with his command through the first 5 innings of this game. Now he's having all kinds of issues finding the strike zone.
And with that, John Graybill will get up. Hey, after the game, stick around for Coors Light Cubs post-game live. David Kaplan and Todd Hollandsworth will break down the game and preview Game 2 later tonight. Don't miss Coors Light Cubs post-game live immediately following the game right here on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. Now the 2-0. Garza wanted it, didn't get it. It's subtle, but just watching how guys take pitches, you can tell who's locked in and who's not. Watching Hundley take the 2-0 just off the outside corner. He looks like a very confident guy right now. Fouled that one off. 3-2. So Garza's back in it. A little distracted by Hudson, who was dancing off second, so he faked toward the bag.
Occasionally that will happen when a pitcher's not sure about the pitch he's going to deliver to home plate. Some second thoughts in the back of your mind, so rather than just step off the rubber, call timeout, and have the catcher go through another set of signs, you fake a pick off to second base. Maybe you catch a guy leaning the wrong way, but At worst, you're getting another sign from your catcher and get to the pitch that you want to throw.
Back to Garza. He's able to knock it down, and the only play is first, and Pena just kept his toe on the base for the out.
It wouldn't surprise me to see Matt Garza out here with pitching coach Mark Riggins between starts, taking some comebackers on the mound. Had one hit him on the hip and ricochet away, and then made a bad throw, and that time able to knock it down, couldn't field it cleanly, and then nearly made a bad throw to first.
Ramirez and Pena will play about even with a bag. They're back up the middle. Second and third one out as Ludwig takes ball one. Caught looking in the second, single to center in the fourth. Talked a lot about Ryan Ludwig Monday night. You see what he's done with his respective teams, and really has made his career by being a St. Louis Cardinal, but it has been a major struggle. 73 games with the Padres, batting under 200. 3-0. Maybe Ryan Ludwig will tell Jed Hoyer, the general manager of the Padres, hey, you know, Albert Pujols might be available in the offseason. 3-1. Strike on the inside corner, and it's 3-2.
Boy, what a good comeback, throwing two fastballs in the strike zone to a good fastball hitter. Got Ludwig to chase both of them, maybe in the strike zone.
Well, Cuzzy's call, the only one that matters. Huge pitch coming up on the 3-2 to Ludwig. That is ball four. So he has walked him loaded.
Three consecutive fastballs after falling behind 3-0. One of them was in the strike zone. He got the benefit of the doubt on a borderline pitch, but the last one way up out of the zone.
Now you have back-to-back lefties due up. Grabo ready in the bullpen. And for the time being, Mike Quaddy's sticking with Garza. Garza didn't walk anybody over the first 5 innings, but he has walked 3 here in the 6th, and first pitch strike. Remember, James Russell is starting game 2, so you'd like to see Garza get it at least through 6 if he can, but it's been a major grind here this inning. 1-2.
Well, Len, you talked a couple of hitters ago about the way a batter takes pitches. You can tell if he's locked in. Well, you watch Brad Hopp take pitches.
Unsure.
Yep. It's hardy, trying to make a decision after he recognizes the pitch. That doesn't mean he's not dangerous, because anybody that's got a piece of wood in their hands is dangerous. But it just looks like he is way behind the Matt Garza fastball all day long.
2 balls, 2 strikes, bases loaded, 1 out. A chopper, can they turn? 2. They get one, and they get two, and that'll end the inning. A 4-6-3 to get Garza out of it. And it's still 1-zip.
Action, one of the toughest double plays to turn is that 4-6-3. Barney has to turn his entire body. Starlin Castro with the strong throw on to first base to complete the big double play, bailing Matt Garza out of trouble.
Barney and Castro did not have time in the minor leagues to develop a rapport. They've had to do it with the Cubs, and they look very in tune with one another. So Dustin Mosley still drawing that short straw. His team still hasn't scored a run for him, even though they had an unbelievable opportunity in the top of this inning. One strike on Ramirez. This could turn into a pretty good day for the Cubs. We mentioned Milwaukee lost to drop to 500. St. Louis trailing in game one of their split doubleheader 7-2 to the Nationals. Up in the air, left center. It'll be the center fielder Patterson to haul it in. Watch the Cubs take on the Dodgers this Friday at 1:20 here at Wrigley Field. Be sure to arrive early. The first 10,000 fans get a Cubs reusable tote bag, compliments of Pepsi. For more information and to purchase tickets, visit Cubs.com. There's a pitch to Pena. Got under it. And it'll be Hudson to make the catch. In foul ground.
Smooth as burlap. That wind really playing tricks with that high pop up. Orlando Hudson, one of the more sure-handed defenders in the game, forced to backpedal and reach high up over his head at the last instant to make the play.
Mateo the righty, Grabo the lefty. Garza probably done after a very long 6th inning. 114 pitches on the day. And this will be it for Mosley, because his spot due up second in the 7th, and his team is trailing. We do want to congratulate Kosuke Fukudome and his wife Katsu. She gave birth to their 2nd child, a baby girl, yesterday. Still haven't heard a name, but I guess everybody's doing well. And Kosuke probably will start game 2 tonight against Aaron Harang. Swing and a miss, 2-2 the count.
Toronto gets a hanger this time. Just enough off speed that he can't wait back and drive that ball.
Patterson with a grab, and that's the inning. Mosley did his job, but he's going to exit the game trailing 1-0.
Now the Cubs fans follow the Tags delivery vehicle. On the stretch, it's going to be a close race.
Southpaw John Grabo is in to start the 7th. He will not face Eric Patterson. Chris DeNorfia will pinch hit. Cameron Maben, another pinch hitter, on deck for Mosley. Two balls, no strikes. Just caught the corner. A reminder, Comcast Sportsnet celebrates Earth Week. Green is universal. Outside, 3-1. Illinois Secretary of State Jesse White will be our guest conductor for the 7th inning stretch. Coming up, 3-2. There's Maben on deck. Bouncing ball to the shortstop, Castro. Low throw, Pena can't handle it. And DeNorfia will stay at first. That'll be an error on Castro. Well, he really loaded up and fired a pretty hot sinking fastball that Pena just couldn't handle.
Those are the ones he seems to have the most trouble with, the ones that would appear to be relatively routine plays, but either didn't have a good grip on the baseball or just picked a low target. Fired a sinker over there right at the feet of Carlos Pena at first base for an error.
Cameron Maben hitting for Mosley. Mosley went 6 innings and, like Garza, did not give up an earned run. He did, however, allow an unearned run, and at this point could be on the hook for his 4th consecutive loss in spite of a 140 earned run average. Way outside, ball 1. Two. Luke Gregerson and the funky righty Pat Neshek.
Not so funky just standing there, but when you see him deliver a pitch, you'll know what Len's talking about.
I'm talking about his dance moves. Maben on a 2-0 hits a high pop fly to center. Marlon Byrd, 2 hands on it, 1 away.
See, first 2 pitches up and out of the strike zone. Third one headed for that same general vicinity, up in the zone. Maben gets under it, skies it a mile high to straightaway center field. Nothing for him out there today.
A roller. Barney, glove to glove. Safe at first. Pena had to come off the bag and could not apply the tag. What a nifty feed by Darwin Barney.
Well, that's part of the reason second basemen use those little itty bitty gloves. Situations just like this. Didn't really have time to get the bare hand on the ball to shovel onto Starlin Castro, so just a backhanded glove to glove flip for the force at second. And unfortunately, the throw once again pulls Pena off the bag. Venable gets in underneath the tag.
Venable takes off, and he's going to get second without a throw. Soto had no shot. So they are 2 for 2 on the day. Venable, that's his 4th of the year, and here comes Mike Quaddy.
I think he's already signaled for Marcos Mateo to come into this ball game and face Jason Bartlett with the tying run on base in scoring position.
See, Verizon call to the pen. Cubs leading 1-0. The tying run now at second. And a Verizon call to the pen brings on hard-throwing right-hander Marcos Mateo, who had an interesting 8th inning in Colorado on Sunday, to say the very least. Boy, his stuff was really good, and he almost got out of it unscathed. As it was, he allowed 4 runs. He just could not get that final out.
Yeah, broke a string of 5 straight scoreless outings for the big right-hander.
One 1-0 the count on Bartlett with a tying run, represented by Venable at second base. 2-0. Three balls, no strikes. Orlando Hudson on deck. Eye for ball 4. And Mike Quaddy will make a double switch. He's going to bring in Sean Marshall. And Alfonso Soriano might be done. He made the final out of the 6th inning. The Verizon call to the pen. And we'll sort out the changes when we come back. The Verizon call to the pen brings on Sean Marshall. It's pretty apparent what Mike Quaddy was trying to do here in game 1. With a lot of bullpen expected in game 2. He had Marshall up in this inning, but I think he wanted Graybo and or Mateo to get out of this inning, have Marshall in the 8th and your closer Marmol in the 9th to save Kerry Wood for game 2. So it's switch hitting Hudson batting righty against the lefty Marshall, and a first pitch strike. Colvin moves from right to left, and Kosuke Fukudome comes into play right, and he will hit third in the bottom of the 7th in that 9 spot. One and one.
Sean Marshall also working on a scoreless inning streak. He's up to 5 1/3 with 2/3 of an inning of shutout baseball on Monday night against the Padres.
Swing and a miss over top of a breaking ball. It's 1-2.
A bigger breaking curve ball in the mid-70s.
Crowd is up for a 1-2 pitch as he laid off that curve. It's low, 2-2.
Definitely a pitch of action here. The 2-2 pitch with 2 outs in the inning. Runners at first and second. A 1-run ball game. You do not want to give the Padres any extra advantage. The count goes to 3-2. The runners will be on the move.
Threatening here without a hit, an error, and a walk in the inning. And the pitch, low again. Runners go on a 3-2, and it's bounced foul.
Another big breaking ball from Sean Marshall. Hudson just able to get a piece of it. Fouled it back into that third base on deck circle just to stay alive.
Inside to load him up. That's 5 walks the last 2 innings. Don't miss the action as the Cubs host the Dodgers this Saturday at Wrigley Field. Game time 12:05, but be sure to arrive early as the first 10,000 fans get a Cubs notebook, compliments of Constellation Energy. For more info and to purchase tickets, visit Cubs.com. Brings up switch hitting Chase Headley. It takes a curve outside, ball 1. Fouled back, a ball and a strike.
The 2 previous at bats for Chase Headley against Sean Marshall. He's gotten him both times. That means he's due to make an out.
One. Blocked by Soto.
I say it all the time, Len. This is so important for a catcher to be able to block those breaking balls in the dirt. Got a guy on the mound that relies heavily on both the big breaking curve and the sharp late breaking slider. And when that pitch is up in the zone, it's very hittable. He wants it down, down, down. You get it in the dirt, I'll block it.
Second straight inning, the Padres have had the bases loaded. This time with 2 outs and a 2-1. 3-1, putting Marshall on the edge here. Three and 2.
Gutsy pitch right there by Sean Marshall in the 3-1 count. Goes to a backdoor slider. Just does nip that outside corner to run the count full.
The runners go. A bouncer to Ramirez. Throw to first, inning over. They leave him loaded. Here comes Jesse White.
For Take Me Out to the Ball Game, Secretary of State Jesse White.
All right, fans, let me hear you. Take me out to the ball Jacks. I don't care if I never get back. Let me root for the Cubs. If they don't win, it's a shame. Oh, yes, 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game.
Padres into their bullpen. Right-hander Pat Neshek. And he'll face Tyler Colvin to start at Cubs. Trying to add to their 1-0 lead. Great to have with us our good friend, the Illinois Secretary of State, Jesse White. Always a pleasure to see you here at Wrigley Field.
Glad to be here. I don't know if you know this, but I played 8 years in the Cub organization.
That's right. I saw you playing catch down on the field, and you were firing some fastballs down there.
It brought back fond memories.
You still got it.
Thank you.
In fact, you played 2 sports in college. Alabama State.
Basketball and baseball.
What was your position? Baseball.
I played center field in baseball and forward in basketball.
Did you ever face a guy who had a motion like this? This is something else.
I used to face Ferguson Jenkins when he was in the minors. I played AA and AAA primarily.
Neshek strikes out Tyler Colvin. Well, April is Donate Life Month, and you have been promoting the Illinois Organ and Tissue Donation Registry.
Here in the state of Illinois, we have 5.6 million Illinoisans who have signed up to become organ donors. However, there are 5,000 people on the waiting list as we speak, and each year 300 people die because their organs have not arrived in a timely manner.
Ground ball is short. This is picked up by Bartlett, and he throws out Soto. Let's check out your first pitch today before the ball game.
Oh, it was. I enjoyed it.
Very nice.
Thank you. Getting back to the organ tissue donor program, one person can provide life or improve the quality of life for 25 individuals. So we just ask that when you're alive and well, give blood. When you're no longer here, give organs. And when you've done those 2 things, you would have made a positive impact on society.
You also brought up some gifts. The new Cubs license plates.
Well, we're proud of the fact that we've sold a little bit more than 2,000 Cub license plates. And we're asking individuals to show team pride, team spirit by purchasing this license plate. In doing so, $25 will go to the Common School Fund, so the young children throughout the state of Illinois will benefit from their purchase.
I also want to show off a little bit here. I have, and I don't know if you can see it, but I have my organ donor sticker on the back of my license plate, my driver's license rather, and there's a witness signature here, and it's the Secretary of State, Jesse White, signed it for me back in 2005. So I appreciate that very, very much. I am honored to have your signature on the back of my card as Kosuke's going to reach. Hundley needed some help, didn't get it, and that ball drops untouched for Fukudome.
Well, obviously, Len, we've got a great vantage point up here in the press box. Nick Hundley had no chance to catch that pop-up. He thinks he's in good position right there. I'm going to just drift a couple of steps, a couple of more, and before you know it, he turns his body, and that drops in the middle of the infield, untouched. A lot more wind up above the roof of the stadium today than the players are feeling down at field level.
So that'll give Castro an opportunity. 1 on, 2 down. Castro without a hit today, as Neshek will fire over to first. And we also have to mention the Jesse White tumbling team, founded back in 1959. I've seen them many, many times, and you're still very involved. And
yes, I am.
Just wonderfully talented. Tell us why you founded the group.
Well, I signed a contract to play baseball out of college, and instead of going to spring training, I ended up going to basic training at Fort Leonard, Missouri. And then from there, I wanted to learn how to jump out of airplanes, so I went on to Fort Campbell, Kentucky, and continued my military career. Then at the end of my tour of duty, I came back to Chicago, put my uniform in the closet, got my ball, bat, and glove, and went off to Mesa, Arizona. And at the end of my first season, I came back to Chicago, taught school during the day, worked for the Park District at night, was asked to put on the gym show, and that was the beginning of the Jesse White tumbling team. We've been around for exactly 52 years, and we've had over 13,000 young people to come through the program. At last count, only 105 to our knowledge have gotten themselves into trouble with the law. We'll do 1,500 shows this year with 6 units. So I believe that when you get it, you give it back, and we want to do all we can to help our young people go tall and straight.
Well, it's just wonderful. 52 years.
Now, we've seen the tumblers out here at Wrigley Field on several different occasions, and the fans are always tremendously excited by just the physical skills of those young men and women.
Thank you, Bob. Matter of fact, we're looking at some dates now to bring them back out along with the Jesse White Drum Corps.
3-0 pitch. Called a strike. Bob, how do you handle a guy like Pat Neshek? Well, I know you used to say if he goes sidearm from down under, you swing.
He throws it, I swing at it. Yeah, this is one of the more unusual deliveries we've seen, especially out of the windup. Of course, pitching out of the stretch right now, but I can't say I've seen anything like that in the big leagues for a long time.
Big swing and a foul tip, and it's 3-2 with 2 outs. Cubs leading 1-0 here in the 7th.
Can I give your fans a number that they can call?
Absolutely.
That's www. Well, they can go to their computer, www.lifegoeson.com, www.lifegoeson.com.
And a pop-up behind second base. And it's caught by Hudson to end the inning. Yeah, make sure you pick up your Cubs license plate. Secretary of State Jesse White, always a pleasure. Thank you, sir.
Len and Bob, glad to be with you.
on Comcast Sportsnet. Watch as the Bulls look to kick it up a notch in Indianapolis. Coverage starts at 5:30 with McDonald's Bulls pregame live. Bulls Pacers game 3 tomorrow night 5:30 on Comcast Sportsnet. Bulls won both games to start that series here in Chicago. Marshall continues on here in the 8th. Nick Hundley will lead it off, and considering he is their hottest hitter, you like seeing him up there with nobody on. He did bat with 2 on and nobody out against Garza in the 6th and grounded out to the pitcher. One nothing Monday night in 10. 1-0 here in the 8th in game 2. Sharply hit ground ball right at Barney. Ludwig the batter. And a topper back to Marshall. Went down to a knee, picked it up.
Hey fans, next time you want to catch a Cubs game, head to StubHub, where you'll find the seats you want and the freedom to choose where you want to sit. StubHub is the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of the Chicago Cubs. For more information, visit Cubs.com/StubHub.
Key moment in this game. There have been a few, but I think the biggest one, Brad Hopp hit into a 4-6-3 inning-ending double play with the bases loaded and 1 out in the 6th inning. Jorge Cantu in the pitcher's spot on deck. Mike Adams and Chad Qualls, who took the loss the other night, are up in the bullpen.
And with Sean Marshall's 3-pitch combination, including those 2 breaking balls, this would figure to be a huge overmatch here, the way Hopp has been battling against the righties in this game. Boy, and every hitter goes through it at some point over the course of a season. You hope it doesn't last very long, but you get into one of those funks where you're behind the fastball, you're ahead of the breaking pitch. If you try to guess along with the opposing pitcher, you're always a pitch in front or a pitch behind. Actually hanging in there a lot tougher than I thought he would against Sean Marshall.
Hopp had a stretch between 06 and 09 with the Rockies. He hit at least 22 home runs, drove in at least 84, but it's been pretty tough since the start of last year, and he swings and misses. In fact, he was released at one point by the Rockies last year. Marshall goes 1-2-3. Thank you. Neshek stays in. Facing Darwin Barney. Now the Padres could not get a run through 8, so they're going to have to deal with Carlos Marmol in the 9th.
I defy you to try to teach this delivery to a young pitcher. It'll be interesting to see how this particular windup has evolved.
Club foul.
As a general rule, when you see a pitcher do something this out of the ordinary, it's because he had no success with traditional windups. And just started experimenting and working with some things. A little bit of a quick pitch at the beginning of the delivery, the sidearm slot that he throws out of.
Former Twin facing the Cubs today for the first time in his career. They got him on waivers from Minnesota during spring training on March 20th. Pretty weak effort behind home plate by Dave Cella.
I think Dave was indicating to you how many foul balls have come up to him today.
Here's a 3-2. Bartlett will take it. Follow the Cubs with the MLB.com @BAT11 app for your iPhone, iPad, Android, or BlackBerry. Get live audio, pitch-by-pitch tracking, video highlights, and more. Text @BAT to 31826 or visit Cubs.com for details. Marlon Byrd supplying the offense, an RBI single in the 3rd inning. And we sit at 1-0 in the 8th. Inside 2-0 on Byrd. Only one final in at this point. That was the Phillies 4, Brewers 3. Cardinals coming back, trailing 7-5 to the Nationals. They're in the bottom of the 7th in St. Louis. Albert Pujols with his 5th home run in that game. Colby Rasmus also going deep for St. Louis. Rockies leading the Giants 6-1. They're in the bottom of the 5th at Coors Field. Ty Wigginton with a 3-run shot in the 2nd. That was off Matt Cain. Strike, and did the pitch count? I don't believe it did. Tom Hallion made the call as the pitch got out of the Cubs bullpen. It's the 2nd time it's happened on this homestand, and both times benefiting the Cubs. There was a ground ball that would have been an easy out the other night that was negated. Three and 2 on Bird. He figured I got a freebie.
Yeah, why not? Take a hack at it.
American League, Boston leading at Oakland 2-1 in the bottom of the 5th. Boston 0-7 on the road. Clay Buchholz and Gio Gonzalez. The matchup in that one. Coco Crisp has homered for the A's. Kevin Youkilis for the Sox. Got jammed, ground ball rolled to Headley, low throw out of the mid of Brad Hopp. Inning continues. Hopp hasn't played a whole lot of first base in the major leagues, just a handful of games last year, although he did play first at LSU. But this is an all too common occurrence. We've seen it from the Cubs and other teams. Those throws in the dirt from the other side of the diamond. I think the error will go on to Headley. A ball I'm sure Hopp, or a throw that Hopp would say he should have caught. They're going to give it to Hopp. Okay. I got to give that one to the third base.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was a relatively easy short hop to pick, and I'm sure that Brad Hopp will tell you he should have made the play, but the reality is the throw was in the dirt.
Fly ball and routine for Maben. Well, tomorrow, after a thrilling Game 4 win, the Blackhawks are back in it. Tune in as the battle rages on in Game 5 with the Canucks. CSN's exclusive coverage starts at 8 with Chevy Blackhawks pregame live. Blackhawks Canucks Game 5 tomorrow night at 9 on Comcast Sportsnet.
Bud Black's going to let the right-hander face Carlos Pena in this situation. He's got his lone lefty, Lubke, cranking it up in the bullpen. He wasn't quite ready, so he sent his catcher out there to talk to the pitcher and stall for some time.
So it will be the Verizon call to the pen. Corey Lubke is on in the 8th, 1-0 Cubs. Call to the pen, and it's left-hander Corey Lubke. Sixth outing, he's retired all 5 of the first batters he's faced, and if he does that here, he will get out of the inning. Jeff Baker on deck after Carlos Pena. Lubke, a Midwesterner, born in Coldwater, Ohio. went to the Ohio State. Maybe you can answer this, and I have nothing against the Buckeyes, but it sounds a little pompous. The Ohio State, like it's the only one. I guess it is the only one.
It's the only one. Unless you count the branch campuses. Well, it is the only Ohio State, although it's not the only institute of higher learning in the state.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
As we very well know.
They sound like they're the only ones. Oh, 1 pitch that missed on a slider. 1 ball, 1 strike. Runner at first, Marlon Byrd. 2 outs in the 8th. Cubs leading 1-0.
Lupke, a fastball, slider, changeup pitcher. According to Fangraphs, his slider and his changeup over the course of his career have averaged exactly the same speed, 83.3 miles per hour. Fastball sits right around 90, average speed right around 90. Padres, most teams have a sign to give the pitcher when they want him to pick off where they just flip the thumb. The catcher will flip his right thumb, and that lets the pitcher know we want you to attempt to pick off at first base. The Padres work off the number 5. If you see the number 5 from Nick Hundley followed by a number, that indicates which pickoff play they want to use. The 5 is an indicator right away to the pitcher that I'm not throwing a pitch to home plate. It's some kind of a pickoff, and then the number that follows, either 1, a pickoff at first, 2, probably an inside pick at second base, and then any trick pickoff plays they may have in their arsenal. And anytime you see a 5 followed by a number, that's the pick at first, followed by the number 1. Shook the slider to get to a fastball away.
Three and 2 with 2 outs. So now Hop plays behind Marlon Byrd. And it's ball 4 to Pena.
Pitching for the Cubs, number 28, Jeff Baker.
Here's Jeff Baker. As he hits for Sean Marshall. Jeff's done a really nice job, but Darwin Barney has grabbed most of the time here lately at second base. Broken bat roller. Bartlett will flip. Hudson covering. They forced Pena. Cubs leave 2. Off to the 9th we go. Marmol coming on. the GMC player of the game, Matt Garza, right now in line to get his first win as a Cub and by far his best outing.
No question about it, Len. Best command, had the best velocity on his fastball, really worked his way with ease through this Padres lineup. Through the first 5 innings, walked 3 guys in the 6th, but was able to get that big double play to avoid damage. Outstanding outing for Matt Garza today.
Here's a closer, Carlos Marmol, who has finished the last 38 games in which he has made an appearance going back to July 26th of last season. Jorge Cantu will pinch hit for Lupke. Maben and Venable to follow. Ball 1. The other thing about Marmol, when he throws a strike with his fastball, it's never center cut. I mean, it's on one side of the plate or the other. Big swing and a miss on a slider, 1-2.
And because of his arm slot, it's rarely straight. Even at 91, 92, 93 miles an hour, he gets a lot of tailing action. Hanging breaking ball that time, but Cantu comes up empty. Ooh. Boy, that was an absolutely perfect pitcher's pitch on a 1-2 count. Pitch tracks will probably show it just off the outside corner. Yeah, right at the edge there. Perfect pitch.
Going a little bit more outside. And he's run it full, 3-2. So Cantu trying to shut off his brain, but he's got to be wondering, okay, am I going to get the slider? Yes. And a fly ball to left. Caught by Coleman. Cubs looking for back-to-back shutouts to start this series. Wind has kicked up here a little bit, blowing out toward right. 2-0 to Maben. Venable next. Way off the plate inside. There's Venable, the lefty, on deck. Jason Bartlett would be after him. Ball 4.
Little tailing action, maybe took it off the inside corner. Certainly looked good enough for a 3-0 pitch. Most 3-0 pitches, if they're close to that strike zone, you're going to get the call. Once again, when you scatter the first 3 the way Marmol did, pulling them well wide of the strike zone, pretty tough to ask for that borderline pitch on the 3-0 count.
Ball 1 to Venable. Maben takes off. The pitch is called strike, and the throw, I think, banged off Maben. Like Castro had rested his glove right on Maben's back, and the ball popped right out.
Well, smiles all around. He appears to be okay. Got a great jump over there at first. Marmol just not paying any attention to base runners.
Ooh. Closer to his head. 1-1. Venable lays down a perfect bunt and no throw. I mean, perfect. Not trying to just move the runner up. He was trying for a hit. And they're at first and third with only one out.
Or he even squares early. That's a tough pitch to bunt. A slider working its way in towards his hands. Real slow reaction by Ramirez at third. Marmol the closest Cub to the play, but by the time he gets there, even he doesn't have a throw to first base. Just an absolutely perfectly executed bunt for a base hit. This meeting by Mike Quade probably has as much to do with what they're going to do if Venable breaks for second base as anything else. Padres have run the bases extremely aggressive when they've had opportunities today, and you would certainly figure that Venable is going to try to get himself into scoring position as quickly as possible, since he represents the possible go-ahead run.
And to stay out of a potential game-ending double play. Bartlett has reached 3 times today and 5 times in the series, including 4 hits. Started the series at 167. And he takes a strike. Padres have had numerous chances in this game. They've already left 10 on base. And 8 since the 4th inning. Kick in the 0-1, low. Bartlett picked up an infield hit against Marmol in the 10th inning on Monday. Foul tip, 1-2.
Bartlett trying to inside out that ball toward the hole on the right side of the infield. Now he's just going to have to battle. And up until 2 strikes, you can try to shape your swing and hit the ball where the weakness is in the defense. But once you get to 2 strikes, you just don't have that luxury.
Venable runs and the pitch is low and away. That takes away the double play chance. It's 2-2. 2 steals in this inning. Venable with 2 on the day. Let's see what the infielders do. Cornermen are going to be in. The guys up the middle will stay back. Key run now for the Cubs is the guy at second. Full count, 3-2. A walk here isn't the worst thing in the world. I'd rather have that than a very hittable pitch. Payoff delivery. High fly to center. Maben's going to score to tie it up. Venable's going to stop at second, as Jason Bartlett picks up just his 2nd RBI of the young season. Marmol has blown his 2nd save of the year. And the Padres finally get a run in this series.
Not a poor pitch, a slider out towards that outside corner, but Bartlett had seen a number of sliders earlier in the sequence, able to get under that and drive it deep into center field. Maben scores easily. Venable held at second base.
And with all the possible scenarios in mind, Bud Black got up Mike Adams in case of a tie, and his closer Heath Bell if the Padres get the lead. We will go to the bottom of the ninth either way. At this point, it'll be Adams. That all depends on what happens here with Orlando Hudson. Cubs pitching staff had dealt 18 1/3 scoreless innings before that sac fly played at Cameron Maybin. Swing and a miss. That'll end the inning. But they do tie it up. We'll go to the bottom of the ninth. It's 1-1. Appearances and batters faced, it would be almost a perfect game. He's faced 28 batters on the year and he's retired 27. The only hit was a solo home run allowed to the second batter he faced this year, Matt Holliday of the Cardinals, in the season opener.
Cutter mania for Mike Adams. Cut that ball in on the hands of the lefty, cut it away from the right-handed hitters. He'll also throw an occasional two-seam fastball. Does have an overhand curve he rarely uses in a straight changeup, but you're going to see a bunch of cut fastballs now.
Well, Coleman came up with a game-winning hit off the bench 2 nights ago. And it's his bobblehead night in a couple of hours. He began the game in right. He's now playing left. Two balls, no strikes. Now 2-1. Another game going on right now that we haven't talked about. Detroit leads at Seattle 3-1. In the bottom of the 6th, Rick Porcello on the mound for Detroit. Ryan Rayburn with a home run in that game. Eric Bedard went 5. He's now out of the game for Seattle. Hudson with a grab in the out. Brings up Soto. Been a good day for him. 2 for 3 with a double. depending on how long this game goes, we talked about it in the open of the show. There's a pretty decent chance that Gio will catch game 2 as Jeff Samardzija gets ready quickly. And a strike.
To make a decision with your closer Carlos Marmol. He did throw what was it, 24 pitches to get out of that 9th inning. If you want to send him back out there and concede that he'll be unavailable for game 2, is 24 pitches too many to make him available for game 2 anyway? And the fact that Samardzija popped up in that bullpen and began throwing so quickly, they apparently made up their mind that at least he's had enough for game 1. This game 2 is probably a wait and see situation at this point.
Well, we know he won't pitch tomorrow. The Cubs are off. We talked about this a lot during the Lou Piniella years when games would go to extra innings. You don't manage in the 8th or 9th for the 12th or the 13th. And Mike Quaddy set it up today to save Kerry Wood for game 2. He's still hoping that's the case. The Cubs can win it here in the 9th and even into extras. That might be the case. Called strike 3. However, it certainly would help the bullpen to win this game sooner than later with James Russell due to start the nightcap.
Gio didn't think so, but pretty good looking pitch that time for Mike Adams. You get so accustomed to seeing that cutter moving away that when he does throw a four-seamer, it holds its line, and that time was able to nip the outside corner.
Kosuke with an infield hit. He popped one up in front of home plate, right between the plate and the mound, and Nick Hundley had trouble with it and it dropped untouched for a hit. You know what? Kosuke deserved it. I'm sure he didn't get a lot of sleep last night as his wife gave birth to their second child, a baby girl. So we congratulate the Fukudomes. Bouncer just foul.
You know what makes a great baby gift?
A home run?
Solo home run, yeah. In the bottom of the 9th of a tie game.
Holds his hands high as he comes set, and it's a 2-1 count on Kosuke. White Sox at Tampa Bay tonight. Phil Humber against Wade Davis in that matchup. White Sox again really scuffling. They have lost 6 in a row. The Rays have won 7 of 8. 2-2. Tonight, Baltimore snapped an 8-game losing streak. They'll try to make it 2 in a row tonight. Let's check out where this pitch was. This tracks saw it right at the edge of the bottom of the zone. Nick Blackburn and Zach Britton tonight. Twins and the O's from Camden Yards. Emergency swing, got a piece of it. New York is at Toronto. Bartolo Colon and Brett Cecil. Blue Jays won in 10 innings, 6-5 last night. Travis Snyder with a game-ending double. Full count, 3-2. By the time we start game 2 here, a lot of that night action will already be underway. Pulled into the right field corner. It'll be cut off by Venable. Kosuke's 2 for 2. They're the second batter to reach against Mike Adams this month.
Good battling at bat that time by Kosuke. Adams ultimately goes to a slider that stayed up over the inside part of the plate. It sounded like Kosuke got jammed just a little bit, but able to muscle it down into that right field corner for a single. It's been a quiet day for Starlin Castro. That means he is due.
That snaps Mike Adams' streak of sending the last 28 batters back to the dugout empty-handed. Caught the corner. Quick toss to first. Kosuke back. The kick in the 0-1 outside. The Cubs going into action today had played 16 games. Castro has played in all of them, and only 3 times has he gone hitless. More than half the time, 9 times he's had at least 2 hits. 6 times at least 3 hits. So he's due.
Yes, he is.
After starting 0 for 4.
Well, I understand the theory here, Len. The Padres defense in the outfield playing extremely deep. They're figuring the only way Kosuke is going to score from first base is on an extra base hit. So they're playing deep to try to take those extra base hits away. But the way Starlin Castro runs, if you happen to roll one through the infield right now for a base hit, Fukudome is going to be able to go first to third, and Castro may end up on second base anyway.
Kosuke takes off as Castro pops it up, and Hop just can't get there in time.
Well, I like the idea. Great contact hitter at the plate. Arguably the Cubs' best base runner on the bases. Unfortunately, Adams put that pitch in a place that all Starlin could do was just fight it off. A fastball up and in.
Padres tied it with a run in the top of the 9th. Their only run in this series. Here comes a 1-2. Fly ball right field. We will go to extras for the second straight game. Off to the 10th. It's 1-1.
Link's beef jerky. All season long, feed your wild side. Couple of changes for the Cubs. Reed Johnson will come in and take over for Kosuke Fukudome in right field. As Jeff Samardzija comes on to do the pitching, they will be flip-flopped in the lineup. Samardzija pitching much better recently. You see the 11 walks in 9 innings of work. Most of those came very early on this season. He has seemingly found the strike zone on that last road trip, throwing a lot of quality pitches at the bottom of the zone.
Cubs won 1-0 in 10 on Monday night. Their first extra inning affair of the season. Headley, Hundley, Ludwig for the visitors. And we start the 10th, outside ball 1. Most of the chances the Padres have had in this game and really in this series have resulted from walks. 3 walks by Garza in the 6th. Padres used a couple more walks against the bullpen in the 7th. And Cameron Maben, the pinch hitter who walked against Carlos Marmol in the 9th, would eventually score the tying run. And it's 3-0. And the leadoff man here in the 10th. Gotta throw strikes. Three and 1. Ball 4. A dreaded leadoff free pass. Well, the bullpen's going to be very busy in game 2, and it's about half full at the moment. 3 guys we know will be in that bullpen until the bitter end of game 1. That is Lester Strode, the bullpen coach, Edgar Tovar, and Andy Lane, the bullpen catchers. Kerry Wood still sitting on the folding chair, and he looks a little lonely.
Jeff Stevens, the only other relief pitcher available at this point.
With that leadoff walk, you have talked about it over and over again, how many more options you have as an offensive club when that first guy gets on.
And not to mention the huge momentum shift. You feel like you have a chance. Even a team that has struggled to score runs like the Padres, you get the lead man on, you feel like you've got a chance.
Well, it really did work out well on Monday night in that the Cubs won it as they were using their closer, Carlos Marmol. The Padres haven't even used their closer, Heath Bell, in this series, but their bullpen is as deep as anybody's in the game. So this is not a team you want to go 14, 15 innings against. Two and 1 on Hundley. Here it is. Folded foul. Samardzija has a sign from Soto, and his 2-2 got him on a fastball. Big first out.
Nick Hundley shaking his head as he goes back to that Padres bench. Not sure what he was looking for. Tailing fastball, looked like it was all over the plate right there. Just could not pull the trigger. Now
Ludwig, 1 for 3 with a walk. Headley leaning and Samardzija checking on him. Looked like he wanted to go. Getting help from a very good base stealer in his day, Dave Roberts, the first base coach.
Only one attempt this season for Headley. He was successful.
Good to see Dave Roberts back in a big league uniform. Recently battled Hodgkin's lymphoma, but got through that, doing very well. Swing and a miss.
Seen Ludwig chase a couple of fastballs in that particular location. Not sure exactly why. Maybe he sees it really well, but there's no way to get the barrel of the bat to that ball and keep it fair. Right back in there again.
And a base hit. Headley's going to stop at second base.
Well, he tried to go in. Unfortunately, Samardzija left the pitch out over the plate. Though it sounded like Ludwig broke his bat, he muscled it back up the middle of the field to put runners at first and second with one out.
First baseman Brad Hop.
Brad Hop has struck out twice, lined out to short. He bounced into a 4-6-3 double play. Swing and a miss. Heath Bell is up for the second time. Behind him is Darryl Ackerfeldt, the bullpen coach, and we certainly are thinking about Darryl. He's gone through 12 rounds of chemo for pancreatic cancer, and when the Padres are back home this week, he'll have some tests to see if the tumor in there is small enough to be removed. He's, I'm sure, been a bit distracted to say the least, but has remained in uniform with the club. Well, good guy, Darryl Ackerfeldt. Their coaching staff's had some really bad luck health-wise. Rick Renteria, their bench coach, had to have surgery to fix his mouth, the maxillary bone. He got smoked by a BP liner in March. Glenn Hoffman was hit in the head early in spring training in a bizarre fungal bat incident. 0-1 pitch is a strike. 0-2. Padres have had a lot more chances today than the Cubs have. They have another one here in the 10th. That gets by everybody, and that's big. Well, an 0-2 pitch, a ball that got away from Samardzija, a wild one, and they're now at second and third.
It might have been a splitter trying to get a ground ball off the bat of Brad Hop. Potential double play to end the inning, and Samardzija just choked it over into that left-handed batter's box. Hop got out of the way. Gio couldn't get there in time to make the block.
Now he needs a strikeout. The infield in all the way around, and the 1-2 pulled foul. Swing and a miss, strike 3.
Much better splitter that time. Started right in the middle of the plate, middle of the thighs. The bottom just fell out. Got Hop to swing right over the top.
Now it is a Gonzalez for the Padres. It is not Adrian, it's Alberto batting in the pitcher's spot.
Well, if it was Adrian Gonzalez, I got to believe we'd walk him intentionally, but Alberto Gonzalez, we're going to go right after him.
Came over in a trade with Washington on March 28th, turned to 28 2 days ago. Pops it up. Pena's starting to run out of room, and it'll drop about 3 or 4 rows back.
Just enough wind to push that one out of play. Off the bat, I thought he might have a play up against the tarp down that first base line, but the wind just pushed it about 3 or 4 rows up into the stands.
Pop fly sending Johnson and Bird over into right center, and it's Reed Johnson to haul it in. They strand 2 more. Bottom 10, 1-1. Hop got the pinch hitter Gonzalez to fly to right, and the Cubs with an opportunity here to put him away in game 1. A 1-1 tie. Park Ridge native Luke Gregerson will make his second appearance in this series. He has been really good for the Padres.
Yes, he has been. He's got kind of an unusual throwing stroke for a pitcher. He kind of short arms the ball. I think it gets on hitters a lot quicker than they realize. Must be the Luke Gregerson fan club down there behind the tarp.
To Morton West, high in Berwyn. Attended St. Xavier here in Chicago. And he works to Darwin Barney. Strike 1. One strike pitch. In the Padre media guide, they have a little box in each player's bio that's called Quick Hit. Just a couple of interesting bullet points. And there's one in there that I'm sure Gregerson wishes they had not put in. Maben in center, and Barney is out.
What's that?
prior to his major league career, worked as an actor and model. Now, it's the kind of thing that's interesting for us to talk about, but you know, if his teammates get a hold of this media guy, they never, ever will let him hear the end of it.
Not a chance. And that's one of the things players, you know, we get asked all the time, Len, what do players do during a rain delay? Well, sometimes they'll get out their own team's media guide and search for things like that.
Bird takes a strike. Now, I've met Luke. He's a very nice young man, but I can't picture him in any movies I've seen.
Just said he was an actor. Didn't say he was ever in a movie. I know a lot of people that act every day.
Yeah, it doesn't say professional actor. It just says actor.
He's a little similar to Carlos Marmol in the fact that he throws a lot more sliders than he does fastballs. He'll mix in an occasional straight changeup, but it's going to be a fastball slider mix with a lot more sliders than heaters.
1-2. Ramirez getting ready on deck. Slider away, 2-2. You know, this media guide entry almost has the smell of just something totally made up.
Yeah.
Doesn't it? No details, just actor and model. Bird went. Oh. Ball made at first base by Mike Estabrook.
Well, as always, we have the benefit of a replay. It came on a Gregerson slider. He's got a really good one. He disguises it well. And as I mentioned, because of his delivery, doesn't have that real long arm stroke you see a lot of pitchers feature. That ball up behind his head, and it's on the hitter before they know it.
Well, a dive by Headley, but the ball somehow snuck under his glove, and Ramirez has a 2-out single. That ball got past Headley before he could just get his glove down.
Just past the outreached glove there, outstretched glove.
Tilt the field against Pena. Well, there's some birds, and one of the birds happened to drop some food right between the pitcher's mound and home plate. And he's saying, out of my way.
Well, when you graduated from umpire school, you didn't think you were going to have to clean up seagull food from the middle of the infield to continue the game. Well, they were chasing that poor one guy until finally he just gave up and let it go. Yesterday was a double with Giovanni Soto at first base by Tyler Coleman to win the ball game. Carlos Bader just hit one over the fence.
Just tried. Came up empty. Nationals held on to beat the Cardinals 8-6 in game one of their day-night doubleheader. Lannon over Westbrook. Lance Nix hit a home run for the Nats in that one. 1-1 pitch. Squirts past, and Ramirez unable to advance.
Pretty quick recovery that time by Nick Hundley. The ball just briefly got out of his glove. See, he gets to it quickly. Ramirez just had no jump down there at first base. You have to anticipate those kind of things. Even though it rarely happens, you have to assume that every pitch is going to get away.
When trails inside, it's 3-1. By the way, for those watching us, and if you have tickets for Game 2, there will be a minimum of 45 minutes between games. As we near 5 o'clock, Game 2 scheduled to start just after 6. At this point, that's the case. We'll adjust if we have to. Ground ball foul, 3-2. Cubs hoping to win it right here. Runner goes on the 3-2 and another foul. Paul Sullivan from the Tribune tweeting that it was a piece of D'Agostino's pizza that the bird dropped.
How would he know?
How would he know that? Maybe sources tell him.
Well, the birds tweeted him.
Maybe. Ramirez goes again, and this one's popped foul into the upper deck.
This is an occurrence that happens many times over the course of a long baseball season. A full count with 2 outs. You're a runner at first or first and second. You know you're going to be running with the pitch, but you also know that you represent the potential winning run. You got to really make sure you get a good jump off of first base and go as hard as you can, as many times as you have to. This will be the 3rd sprint in a row for Aramis Ramirez.
Another 3-2 to Pena, swing and a miss, and we'll head to the 11th. 2 strikeouts in the inning for Gregerson. All season long, feed your wild side.
That Seagull was trying to do, feed his wild side.
Hey, Bob, before we start the 11th, huge news regarding the Los Angeles Dodgers, a team the Cubs will play starting Friday. Major League Baseball Commissioner Bud Selig will appoint someone to oversee all operations of the Dodgers because of his, quote, deep concerns about the franchise. They've had some issues, of course, with the divorce, the McCourts, that has been dragged through the courts and in the headlines of the papers around the country the last couple of years. So an official statement from the commissioner: I informed Dodger owner Frank McCourt today that I will appoint a representative to oversee all aspects of the business and day-to-day operations of the club because of my deep concerns regarding the finances and operations of the Dodgers.
Wow.
One strike on Cameron Maybin as we begin the 11th. I guess Frank McCourt had to get a personal loan from Fox just to meet the Dodger payroll recently. Nothing in 2 to Maybin. He'll be followed by Venable and Bartlett. Maybin scoring the tying run in the 9th inning. And he swings and misses and strikes out.
It has to be heartbreaking for some members of that Dodger family. It's been such a model franchise for so long, and to go through the, as you said, the messy public divorce.
Also had the security problem,
Right,
which
right.
resulted in a fan wearing a Giants jersey being brutally beaten. Two balls, no strikes. And that one missed. It's 3-0. Well, I think the other part of it, you know, they're spending money here, but when you start to hear about personal loans, you definitely get concerned. That's one of your marquee, huge market franchises. There's a strike. It's 3-1. Well, we talked to the commissioner in spring training, and he chatted with the writers in the press box before he came over to our booth. Swing and a miss. 3-2. He did talk about the New York Mets situation, but he didn't even want to talk about the Dodgers, and I think at that point everybody knew something might be up. Samardzija back in this at bat. It was 3-0. Now it's full. And Venable with a defensive swing able to stay alive.
We've seen Venable chase a lot of high fastballs in this series up above the belt. Hasn't been able to catch up to that particular pitch when you elevate it. It's not so sure Jeff Samardzija has a real good idea of where the ball is going when it's leaving his hand right now.
Ball 4, just low. That's 8 walks taken by the Padres, all coming since the 6th inning. Little bit of a flinch by Venable. I think he was on his way to second.
He's going to be running, no question about it. Just the slightest hitch to his right there, got his weight out on his right foot, and then slammed the brakes and dove back into first. This would be a pitch out right here.
There he goes. They do pitch out. Throw to second, gets away and into center. Well, the Cubs knew it was coming. They pitched out and he got the bag anyway. So the last 3 times Venable's been on base and he's stolen second.
It's still very deliberate, even though Giovanni Soto stepped out into that left-handed batter's box, received the pitch out in good shape. Just a very deliberate release on the part of the catcher, Giovanni Soto, and then the throw tailed on him as well into center field.
Now a 1-0 in on his hands. Padres 1 for 8 with runners in scoring position. Two and 1. Chopper backhanded by Castro, and his throw's not going to be in time. Little apprehension there. Ramirez took a step, let it go, and then Castro just was in no rhythm to field that ground ball. It wasn't hit terribly hard, and it's a base hit.
Little topspin chopper to that left side. I think Ramirez might have given up on that just a little too quickly. It wasn't hit particularly hard. But that's what a tremendous range, strong arm shortstop will do. Guys quit on the ball a little bit earlier because you know Castro's going to be there.
What a day at the plate for Hudson. He still has not put a ball in play. He has struck out 3 times and walked twice. Added a stolen base in the 6th. Venable and Bartlett the base runners. Kick the 2-0 low again. I'll tell you, Bob, the Padres they have not made great contact really all day. And just about all of their excellent chances have resulted from walks. The best thing you could say about them is they have been patient.
Good hitters count here, but it wouldn't surprise me a bit to see Orlando Hudson take another pitch.
Swinging away and hitting it foul. The other concern, not just walks, but you get behind 2-0, 3-1. Eventually somebody's going to square one up. Having said that, he's a ground ball double play away from getting out of this inning. You think he'll send them 3-2 here.
It's tough to say with Hudson because, as you mentioned, he has struck out 3 times today, but he has drawn 2 walks. I think it'd be a safe bet to send him.
They're not going, and it's ball 4. Nobody up in the Cubs bullpen, and based on that, it would lead us to believe that Mike Quade has decided he's going to ride Samardzija as long as he can in game 1 and then use everybody else in game 2.
As much as you'd like to just manage this game to win, you have to keep an eye on that game 2, knowing full well you're probably going to need at least a couple or 3 relievers after James Russell. So nobody warming up in the Cubs pen. This is Jeff Samardzija's game at this point. Like most of that conversation was focused at Giovanni Soto. Perhaps a quick review of the scouting report on Chase Headley. A little bit similar to Hudson. He struck out twice, walked twice. He did put a ball in play back in the 7th inning when he grounded out to Aramis Ramirez at 3rd.
Another bases loaded situation here. The Padres have had all kinds of runners today, and Headley way out in front and lines it foul to the seats.
As a catcher, this is where I used to try to look around and see if one of the base runners perhaps was putting his head down as he walked back to the base or taking too big of a secondary lead.
Popped into left, not very deep. Coleman makes a catch, and Venable's going to hold. Well, I'm a little surprised they didn't try it. Actually, I'm really surprised they didn't make Coleman throw out Venable at the plate.
I would agree with you on that, Len. I mean, nothing wrong with Tyler Colvin's throwing arm. It wasn't a very deep fly ball, but as the Padres continue to struggle to score runs, I thought Glenn Hoffman was going to send Venable all the way here. As it is, they stop him at 3rd. Tyler's throw tails back to the middle of the infield. Pretty good chance Venable gets in safely if they send him.
Now the other part is, well, you've got Hundley with a couple of hits today at the plate, but there are 2 outs, so now it's most likely going to take a hit to get that go-ahead run in. Post pitch went Hundley's way, 1 ball, no strikes. One and one. Samardzija's been walking that tightrope here since he came in the 10th, but he's 1 pitch away from keeping this game deadlocked at 1.
Good save.
That was the splitter again. Last time he went to that pitch, he threw it to the backstop, but then came right back on the next pitch and threw a really good one. Slider away.
Fly ball, Marlon Byrd calling for it. And the inning is over. They leave them loaded. For the second time today, still 1-1. Miles after getting out of that inning. It wasn't easy.
The reaction of Giovanni Soto was better. It wasn't easy, but able to put another 0 on the board.
Cubs chairman Tom Ricketts hoping Cubs can get that elusive second run. He scored the go-ahead run way back in the 3rd inning. We're now in the bottom of the 11th. First at bat for Reed Johnson. Came into play right in the 10th. Gregerson's still on. He struck out 2 in a scoreless 10th. Play in on the corners. Chase Headley really guarding the line. And Jeff Stevens is going to grab a baseball. As the pitcher spot could possibly come up here in the 11th.
Wake me up, hold down.
Fly ball, deep left center. Reed Johnson wins it. A line shot home run to the bleachers. Cubs win 2-1. Well, it was Tyler Coleman 2 nights ago. Today it's Reed Johnson. Luke?
Thank you very much, Reed. First of all, walk us through that at bat. What did he throw you?
I got a slider to start off with, followed by a fastball. So I got to see both pitches. You know, I knew he was a primarily slider guy, and got a hanger that last one.
It's a cold day. It's not an easy day to stay warm and be ready, right?
Oh yeah, it's. I mean, that heater's going pretty good in the in the dugout, but being out there for a couple innings, it's definitely different for sure.
How nice is it just to get the first win of a doubleheader, knowing that you have that one game in hand now?
Well, it's great. You know, we've got the series now, and you know, we're not going to stop now. You know, we came off a sub 500 road trip, so we'll try to make up for it here.
All right, congratulations. Go get them in the next one.
Thanks, appreciate it.
Guys are trying to stay warm here, but they have one in the bag, and they help save the bullpen a little bit for the second one, guys.
Luke, thank you. Jeff Samardzija, a much-deserved win. He had to weave and dart through major traffic jams in the 10th and the 11th. I think the Padres are kicking themselves. They had numerous opportunities. They left 16 men on base. But Mike Quaddy wants his team to be resilient. And they certainly have been here over the last couple of days. Bob, they've scored 3 runs in 2 games, and they've won the first 2 in this series.
Well, and one thing that we have not mentioned is the fact that the Cubs have played some really good defense. They've made the plays they've had to make. A couple of errors by Castro on issues with his throwing, but for the most part, the Cubs have played some really, really solid defense, and when you're not scoring a lot of runs, you better make sure you don't give the other team too many opportunities.
Here's the Sports Authority play of the game. Well, Reed Johnson hasn't played a whole lot, just 2 for 11 going into this at bat. Well, he hit some big home runs for the Cubs a few years ago, and he hits another one today.
Boy, and he hit exactly what you needed to get it out of here today. That wind still howling straight in from left field, but Reed hit a low liner. Perhaps it stayed under the wind just enough to get it up into those bleachers.
Well, you go back, it was a while ago, but Matt Garza, with his best outing as a Cub, does not get the win. He gets a no decision, but thought a pretty encouraging outing. Maybe ran out of gas a little bit as he walked 3 in the 6th inning, but 9 strikeouts. And the team won, so that's all that matters. You know, Zambrano didn't give up a run, so 14 innings from the starters. 2 guys the Cubs need to get it going, and they have in this series.
Yeah, we had talked about that. The top 3 in the rotation, as of a few days ago, still hadn't gotten on track, but Zambrano with an extremely well-pitched game on Monday. Garza follows with a really solid start of his own. And, you know, Len, I come back to the fact that Matt Garza was cruising through the first 5 innings of that ball game until he got struck on the hip by that grounder off the bat of Dustin Mosley. When he went back out for the 6th inning, he just wasn't the same guy. That's the inning he walked 3 and did get a double play to escape any damage. But, you know, hopefully that ground ball that caught him on the right hip will not have any lasting effect. But it sure looked like it affected him in the ball game today.
Let's look at our Dunkin' Donuts high energy play. Jason Bartlett trying to make something happen, trying to stretch a single into a double in the 5th inning. But instead, he gets thrown out for the final out of that inning as Alfonso Soriano picks up his 3rd outfield assist. Well, we have game 2 coming up in about 45 minutes. Actually, it's going to start pretty much on time at 6:05. James Russell will get his 2nd start for the Cubs. Aaron Harang is 3-0. Cubs are very familiar with Aaron Harang.
Absolutely. Now, Aaron Harang has had success in the early going this year. By all reports, he hasn't changed anything. He's still the same kind of pitcher he has always been. However, I think over the course of 81 home games at Petco Park, and Aaron Harang will get his share in that ballpark. Very much a fly ball pitcher. And as we know, Cincinnati was made for fly ball hitters. San Diego's ballpark is made for fly ball pitchers. We'll see what happens to him here at Wrigley today.
Now the Xfinity high defining play. Big double play ball 4, 6, 3. That ended the Padres' threat as they were bidding to at least tie the game in the 6th inning. And that would be the final pitch thrown by Matt Garza in the game. The winner today, Jeff Samardzija, he's 1-0. Luke Gregerson takes the loss, his first decision of the year. 3 hours and 59 minutes. Paid crowd 35,544. The final in 11, the Cubs 2, the Padres 1. Our game 2 coming up in about a half hour on Comcast Sportsnet Plus. But coming up next here on Comcast Sportsnet, the White Sox and the Tampa Bay Rays. Enjoy.